Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. Please join the board in a pledge to the flag.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to modifications made to the open meeting law by the Legislature of the Commonwealth as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is taking place in a hybrid format. Members of the Select Board are joining us physically here at Town Hall. Members of the Board in future meetings may join us virtually over the Zoom webinar platform. Members of the public and presenters are joining us physically here at the Great Hall. Some may be joining us virtually over the Zoom webinar platform. Any member of the public who wishes to join this meeting remotely may do so at the Zoom webinar platform login information that is on the agenda that is posted on the town website. Members of the public who wish to observe the meeting but not participate may also do so over Comcast Channel 9 or Verizon Channel 47 on the local scene, or watch us on YouTube on their streaming channel. And of course, anyone may join us here at Town Hall at 26 Court Street to view or participate in the meeting. Members of the public are also reminded, pursuant to Massachusetts general law, that any person may make a video or audio recording of an open session of a meeting of the Select Board after notifying the chair, subject to reasonable requirements of the chair, so as not to interfere with the conduct of the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, the chair shall inform other attendees of any recordings. We are aware of a recording being made by the local scene. We are not aware of any other recordings at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. Moving right on to the licenses. Request of the board.
If none of my colleagues have any questions or comments, I would make a motion that we approve the licenses as a group, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion. Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
At this time, gentlemen, I'm going to move the administrative notes to the front of the meeting, so anybody that's involved with these will not have to wait till a later hour if no one objects. I'd like to take those.
Mr. Chairman, can we separate item 6?
Sure. Which one do you want to separate, Dave?
6.
6, okay. So we could have a motion of 1 through 5.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Golden, second by Mr. Canty. Administrative notes 1 through 5. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Then we have administrative note number 6.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Mahoney, second by Mr. Bletzer. Discussion? Mr. Canty, and then Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
So I will be voting against Admin Note 6, which would be to give ARPA money to complete the Plymouth Housing Authority project over at the Oak Street School. Although I think this project is well-intended and the people involved in it are well-intended, I cannot support this funding for this project. This is the third time I've had an opportunity to vote on this. Once as a member of the FinCom back in 2019. I voted against it then because I thought it would be too expensive. Then last year I voted against it as part of this board. The board actually voted 3-2 against it at that time. And I was one of those 3. And now I continue to think it's too expensive. I believe the sum total would be $1,168,000 for these 3 units plus some change, bringing the total cost to about $389,000 per unit. My concern of those costs is, I remember the debate about the Symes house when that was coming about, that people were saying we'd never do something like this again. We had some comments about that last week as well, that this is Symes house 2.0, let's not do that again. I think, unfortunately, the more we do this, the more likely it's going to be a Symes house 3.0, and I think we will do that again. And I just can't support these kind of cost overruns on some of these projects. Affordable housing is a priority in this community. I'm very pro-affordable housing, but not at any cost, because I think then you get a reputation that people can run the costs up on these, and that's not good for everybody. Using ARPA funds would also creates some problems, in my opinion, in regards to an opportunity cost of where that ARPA money could be spent. We currently have $203,000 left in ARPA funds. Looking at our 10-year capital improvement plan, we have $218.8 million in buildings costs in the next 10 years. That could, 203,000 wouldn't make a huge dent in that. It would make some. But in fiscal year 25, spending this $140,000 would only leave us with $63,000 in ARPA funds, which would mean we would be unable to pay for the following projects, any of the following projects, with those ARPA funds, and would instead have to use tax dollars or other funding sources to pay for them, such as $154,000 for handgun replacements for the police, $176,000 for rehab of a fire apparatus for the fire department, or $179,000 for rehab of a fireboat for the fire department, $110,000 for a skiff dock replacement for the harbor master, $108,000 for a plow truck for the schools, or $125,000 for a school bus for athletics, or $121,000 for flooring at PCIS, $140,000 for one of two needed pickup trucks for DPW Highway, $101,000 for main library window replacements, $110,000 for a rebuilding of a retort at the crematory, $135,000 to replace a 3/4-ton pickup with a 1-ton version for the cemetery division of the DPW, and $96,000 to replace fencing at Sirica Memorial Playground. I think any or all of these pre-existing needs are more pressing, would benefit more people than would this project, which has had a number of cost overruns already, and I think sets a dangerous precedent. And for those reasons, I cannot support it, despite its good intention and the fact that it will provide some relief to other people. And I would encourage my colleagues to vote against spending ARPA money in this way as well. Thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't reiterate all the points that Mr. Canty made. Suffice to say that I agree with him on this situation. I think the board has an opportunity to direct these funds to more worthwhile projects that benefit the greater community. I think we could still obtain some affordable housing out of this project. I think the best move for the community would be for us to put this project out to bid for a private developer, recoup some of the sunken costs that we've put into the property, and utilize that money later on, and even earmark it for affordable housing in the future. I can't support this. I think this will be our Symes house if we fund this further. I understand that some of my colleagues will argue that this is short money at this point, $140,000 to get the project over the line. But the reality is that it's cost us nearly $1.2 million once we've invested this $140,000 additional dollars. So I can't support this motion. I'd like for us instead to explore other pathways for getting the affordable housing that we so desperately need in this community. And so for those reasons, I'll be voting no.
Mr. Jim?
Mr. Blutzer?
I'm going to support this this project, and I'm going to tell you why. We will have another Symes house if we don't finish this project. This project is 95% done. It's in a neighborhood with neighbors that some of them are present that are for this project. They want to see this done. This is not only affordable housing, this is subsidized housing. There's three residents, there's, I think, a list here of like 1,000 or 1,100 people that qualified for these units. They're ready to go. This project will be done hopefully within a month, and these residents are going to move in. So there's a serious need for this, and we have to get this done. This ARPA money is not residential tax money, and it's money from the federal government given to us, and one of the uses for it is sewer. Infrastructure and sewer, those are some of the uses for this. It's a perfect use for this money. So I think we have to use this money. Did I want to spend $1.2 million on this project? No. But I don't want to sit empty, 95% completed, in a neighborhood. It just wouldn't be the right thing to do. And again, this is subsidized housing for veterans, handicapped, or seniors. And it's all I hear about. We have to help the seniors, the veterans, the handicapped. We need affordable housing. Let's get it done. It's only 3 units, but let's finish this and move on. And by the way, we're going to learn from these mistakes. We have the 2 members of the building committee here, at least 2 members. I don't think there's more, but and they will be involved. If any more projects like this, they'll be involved, and this probably won't happen. But I'm voting in favor, and I'm proud to do this too. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to say I'm going to support it for a number of reasons, and I hear the comments and concerns of all the board, but I want to make it clear, moving forward, any projects that come forward, we're going to have a punch list or a policy that will be brought before us, and until that's done, we won't be entertaining any, I won't be entertaining any more applications till we get a clerk of the works, all the things that went wrong and we could have prevented. And I'm not going to air dirty laundry, but I know there's 1,100 veterans or seniors in this community that need housing, and I'm going to support that. I'm not going to put a price tag on for any veteran. It's not showboating. That's anybody that knows me knows I'll say that. I'll say it all day long. So it's what it is. Let's finish it. The building committee told us, don't leave it empty. So, and it's subsidized. If we sell it to I believe, a developer, they're going to lose the subsidization, not us as a community, but the poor veteran or the poor senior, which is what this is about. So that's why I'm supporting it. And Mr. Canty read us a good list of our capital projects, and that's just what they are. And, you know, we're not the FinCom. But I agree with you, and I think we have a very healthy amount of free cash coming. And, you know, just because we have a healthy amount, if we do, I'm assuming we do, that we don't take and just see how many trucks we can buy and how many things this one needs and snow plows. It's time we started looking at OPEB obligation. I know there's towns up north that have done that, you know, naturally with the finance director's blessings, but I'd like to check that out before we get into those discussions and put out a plan in the next 10 or 20 years where we put a little away and we make our bond rating stronger, and it's a prudent thing to do. And while we're at it, and we're talking about capital projects, since we went that way, we got Memorial Hall that's going to come in at least $10 million in repairs to everybody that's watching. So you heard it here first. And if you look out on your way out of here today, and hopefully it's light out, that's a joke. But if you look at the cupola on this building and all the wood and trim, it's all peeling. So we have to have some money for maintenance for this building. So before we get happy and start putting, I want, like, you know, the town manager to put in the budget the repairs that you think we're going to be needing for these buildings, because we have to fix our buildings too. So that being said, do I have a motion? A second? John motioned it? Charlie said yes, when we had the discussion. Okay. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Bletzer?
I vote yes.
Mr. Canty?
I vote no.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. 3-2. Now we're going to go back to the agenda items. And we have South Shore Recycling Committee. We have an appointment. Let me see here. 2 3-year seats, 1 3-year alternative. James Downey, Erin McCall. This one's an easy one. Good evening, Mr. Coyle. How are you? Welcome.
Good evening. Bill Coyle, DBW Director. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this hopefully will be an easy one. As you're aware, the town of Plymouth is a member community of the South Shore Recycling Cooperative. There are a total of 18 communities. We, as a voting community, we have the ability to have 2 members sit on the board. So I'm recommending that we, the board, appoint Karen McCall, environmental technician for Natural Resources Division, and James Downey, the assistant DPW director, as our representatives on that board, and then also Leona Cleveland, solid waste recycling administrative assistant, as an alternative member. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Mr. Mahoney?
Bill, is this the entity that sponsors the hazmat days and the
Yes, it is.
participating communities?
Yeah,
And you have one coming up, and can you tell people how they could sign up for it?
Sure, we have one coming up on October 26th. That'll be at 159 Camelot Drive at the DPW from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And you can go on the town's website and DPW's website and should be able to sign up for that. So that we're looking forward to that event. There are also, if you go online to the South Shore Recycling Cooperative, SSRC, there are also other communities that also have the hazardous waste days as well, and we can go, as a member community, we can go to those towns as well. But again, you have to register, you have to bring your proof of identification. We pay for, when it's here in Plymouth, we allow other communities to come to our town as well. We break out the materials separately, and each member community will pay for the materials that are brought to that town for the residents of that community. So if we go to another community, we have to pay for whatever is brought to that community and vice versa.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Coyle? And the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we appoint James Downey and Karen McCall to the 2 3-year seats and Leona Cleveland to the alternate seat.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Mahoney. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cedarville Dog Park.
I know Nick Fiella is joining us remotely, but I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have on this, but Nick is available as well.
I
I'm
only have
here.
one question.
Can you guys hear me?
Is- Hello, Nick,
Can you
you
guys
there?
hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
The only question I have is this out of the way of the project? I shouldn't say out of the way, but is this all okayed with the foundation and what they're trying to do down there?
Yeah, so Bill and I actually spoke with Stephen Cole and met with him a couple times just to have a discussion, which that was a great recommendation on your part, so I appreciate that. And this will not have any impact on what they're trying to do on that property.
Great, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Bletzer?
Hey, Nick, I have one question. Why is this taking so long? It seems to be a couple of years we've been working on this.
Well, I only got involved. I probably got involved about a year ago, and we made the request for ARPA funds, and it's really come together. I thought at a decent speed, and we should have all the bid specs by next week, everything will be reviewed by Bill and I, and then sent over to procurement. So it's actually going to start moving a lot faster at this point.
So if everything goes well, when do you estimate this may be finished?
Finished, I'd say early spring, maybe in the winter, depending on weather, but it should be out to bid, going out to bid in about a month or so, if not less time.
So spring of '25?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Wish of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve.
To move forward with the Cedarville Dog Park? Because there was concerns the last meeting that, because the foundation was building pretty close, so we wanted to make sure, and that's what they went back and did. Do you need a vote, right? Okay. Yeah. All right, so it was motion by Charlie and second by Mr. Mahoney. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Nick. Article 16, Mr. Hartman.
Lee Hartman, Director of Planning and Development for the town. I know you have a full agenda tonight, so I'm going to try to do this one quick. If you have questions, we can go into that, but let me see if I can do this one in a quick summary. So we have a bylaw that's called the Village Open Space Development that allows for lower density open space developments occurring in the town. This article seeks to add that VOSD, is short in her hand, into the waterfront district. Waterfront district starts at Hedge Road, goes down to Nelson Field, and then then from Nelson Field it goes down to the town wharf. Then it starts up again at the marina and stops at Stevens Field, and then it also includes the Burt's and Pilgrim Sands Hotel. So there are probably very few limited options where this could actually be applied, but the property owner approached us who has the undeveloped piece of property between the multifamily development on Hedge Road and Atlantic Avenue. And they came in looking to try to figure out how they could do something more than just a single-family or a two-family development, but not do multifamily. And I'll just point out the waterfront district allows you to do single and two-family homes or high-density multifamily. So the high-density multifamily in the waterfront district is the condos at the end of Hedge Road that you've seen. Copper Cove is waterfront zone special permit. The multifamily you see at the end of Lincoln Street and Fremont Street. So they are looking for an option to not go to that high density, but do something more than a single family or a two-family.
Mr. Golden?
Is this property developable at a high density?
It could be. So I would say right now there'd be challenges, but it directly abuts that multifamily condo project right next door. So if it was sold to them, it could be.
So this represents a middle ground.
A middle ground. And so it's two things. So multifamily is 7 units per acre. This is 2 units per acre. And it's required to have 40% of the lot set aside as open space. So it's a great alternative. We've already talked to them. So this piece, if you are familiar with it on the rail trail, it's got beautiful views. It's a field. And they've already indicated that that 40% open space, that they'd be willing to give it to the town as part of the project. So this first goes to town meeting and needs to be approved as a bylaw. Then if it's approved, they need to go to the planning board for a special permit. The special permit says that it has to be superior in design. So the planning board has a lot of control over this. And it requires 4 out of 5 planning board members to grant it. So again, I think even if there were other sites where this could happen, the only other few I think about is the Jesse Marine on Lothrop Street or the Cold Spring Club if that ever ceased. But again, I would argue that this is far better at 2 units per acre with 40% open space instead of a higher density 7 units per acre multifamily. So again, pretty quick and over here, but I hope you would support this. Unanimously supported by the planning board and the FinCom too.
Any other questions? Wish of the board?
I'll make a motion to recommend to add Article 16 to the warrant and recommend approval to town meeting.
I would second.
Motion by Mr. Golden, second by Mr. Canty. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
Thank you very
Unanimous.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Nice to see you. Article 17. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Bolleton, here in my capacity as Chair of the Planning Board. I'm here to talk tonight about the proposed Plymouth Land Bank. I know that this board is familiar with the land bank. Several of its members have been very active and instrumental in the drafting of the proposed legislation. So my presentation tonight, as it were, is really more for the residents who are here in the room and those watching to understand a little bit better about what we're trying to accomplish. Plymouth has a number of critical land needs that simply cannot be funded by taxpayer dollars. We just don't have the money for it. But we do have demands for open space for recreation, conservation, aquifer protection, and sustainability. We have needs for affordable housing. We've heard a great deal about that. And real affordable housing at rents or prices lower than that which is considered affordable by state and federal statutes. We also have needs for future municipal uses. We are a growing community. We know that we will have needs for fire stations, police stations, schools, and other types of wells all sorts of needs for our growing community and for our continually changing community. The purpose of the proposed land bank is to provide a means to address these needs without placing a further tax burden on our residents. So the land bank, working in conjunction with the town, the CPC, and others, is intended to serve as a means to fund the purchase of what has been defined as interests in land. Interests in land meaning actual land or land rights. For example, lowering the AMI on certain projects if you're affordable housing, or creating easements and access ways in order to get access to open space that is otherwise blocked away from resident access. Any uses would have to be consistent with the town's master plan, its open space plan, and its housing production plan. So we're, again, talking about land and supporting facilities for open space, which can be held in permanent conservation, or improvements can be made for passive recreation or active recreation, such as ball fields and soccer fields. We're also proposing that this be used for affordable housing, and this is, again, a very different change for land banks as we have seen them throughout the country. Plymouth faces an affordable housing crisis. We know this. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Land and funds held by the land bank are proposed to be able to be used to develop affordable housing in Plymouth. And I want to stress that the way we have defined affordable housing in our proposed legislation is that either single family or the average of any multifamily must be 60% AMI or less. So we're essentially saying that this is, and I cringe at using the term, but I will, workforce housing or better in terms of affordability. Also, anything that is done has to count towards our subsidized housing index to, again, protect against Chapter 40B. Finally, the municipal use aspect. Again, land can be purchased by the land bank as proposed and then later given to the town in order to use it for development of new wells, expansion of existing facilities, public safety, etc. And again, the purpose here is to be able to purchase land now when it's available for future need, because future needs may not be, at the time something is needed, it may not be available, or certainly its cost may be much higher. I want to stress that none of these uses or any of these proposed activities would circumvent the existing town authorities. So all property given to the town would have to be approved through the current processes, approved by this board, approved by town meeting. Any expenditures of town funds to build something would have to go through the budgetary process in town meeting. So nothing circumvents town meeting. This is a supplemental group. So the question, of course, that comes up is if it's not going to be taxpayer money, how is it to be funded? The principal means of funding is to be paid through a land transfer fee paid by the buyer of property in Plymouth of between 1% and 2%, applying only to housing, in the case of housing, only to the housing costing more than a certain amount. The amount is an amount determined by the Land Bank Commission each year. The reason that this formula was created was so that housing that is deemed necessary and affordable to people here in Plymouth is not subject to this additional fee. And that's dependent upon economic conditions. The example that I give is if we face another crash like we did in 2008, where people are not going to be able to sell their homes if there's an additional fee tacked on them, the Land Bank Commission can turn around and say, fine, now the fee only applies to homes over $2 million, $5 million, $10 million. No house will apply in Plymouth. Then when the market changes, the number can come back down. It's again designed so that only those who can afford to pay are being asked to pay. They're also subject to myriad exemptions, and these exemptions include affordable housing as defined by the town, the state, or federal programs. First-time home buyers, where all purchasers qualify. Interfamily transfers, charitable organizations, and especially another one, and a unique one, Plymouth residents buying another property in Plymouth for a primary residential use. So, seniors downsizing, or families upsizing would not pay for this fee. The only people who would pay who are Plymouth residents if you are buying a home for investment purposes. If you want to rent something out, we're going to ask you to pay. The way I have described this, Mr. Canty has described it as well, quoting me, is to say that Plymouth is a club. We, as residents of Plymouth, have been paying our dues in that club in the form of taxes. We have been funding all of the infrastructure and expenses associated with maintaining our club. What we're saying right now is we've gotten to that point where we're asking new people to come in to pay an initiation fee, something that says we're going to contribute towards the financial needs that we are creating by coming to this community. It's, again, a de minimis amount that can be added to a purchase price, that can be financed over time, but it can be significant in terms of the town's ability to fund some of its critical needs. Now, I mentioned the Land Bank Commission as being the body that would have a lot of the decision-making authority here. We're proposing that the Land Bank Commission, which is an independent body, be subject to the regulations and by appointment of various bodies in town. So, we're proposing that the Select Board have 2 appointees, Town Meeting through the COPC have 2 appointees, Planning Board have 2 appointees, the Affordable Housing Trust have 1 appointee, the Open Space Committee have 1 appointee, and the Land Use and Acquisition Committee have 1 appointee. Why these bodies? Because these are the people who have been charged by the town with creating and managing open space, affordable housing, and municipal facilities. These are the logical bodies. And they will be appointing people to manage this land bank as an independent body. Independent meaning that no town elected official can serve on this, and none of these committees can appoint their own members. Why? Independence is an essential factor here. It will allow the land bank the flexibility it needs to carry out its mission and give the land bank its best chance of actually getting passed by the state. So let me go by 2 questions. Let me respond to 2 questions that have already been asked of us. One is why appointed as opposed to elected? First, we wanted to allow all eligible persons to be considered. We wanted to avoid the possibility that qualified individuals wouldn't seek to participate due to a lack of experience or funding in running a town-wide campaign. We also didn't want the composition of the land bank to be based on somebody's financial considerations, who had the money to run for town-wide office. You've all run for town-wide office, you know it is quite a daunting task. Imagine us trying to do that for 3 people every year. It would be a difficult thing to ask of our residents to do, and I think we would lose good people in the process. Second, we wanted to make sure that all of the aspects of the land bank are represented on the board. Land Bank Commission would always contain a variety of voices, people who are focused on particular needs. I'm sure the Open Space Committee will appoint someone who is advocating for open space. Land Use and Acquisition will be looking for people who are looking at various needs. This board will be able to choose people based upon the needs at the time. Sometimes it'll be municipal facilities. Sometimes it'll be open space. Sometimes it'll be housing. The same with the Planning Board and the same with the COPC. But this way, we're able to always ensure that there is some measure of balance on this board. And that's a critical aspect, because if we don't do that, we're going to have a hard time getting this passed, and I'll address that later. Third, we want to make sure that there is flexibility with respect to ensuring the proper conduct of the land bank commissioners. Bases for removing a land bank commissioner from the position, per this legislation, are limited. We've made it very clear. You can't just remove somebody because you don't like their decisions. That's not considered an appropriate thing. However, if they fail to attend meetings or if they fail to follow regulations, they can be removed. Now, that's a big difference over what happens if you have an elected person who has to be removed. Mr. Canty has used himself as an example in several meetings, so I'll continue to do that at his expense. In the event that somehow Mr. Canty were to resign from the Select Board and become a land bank commissioner, and for some reason he was elected and we wanted to get rid of him, it would be next to impossible. Under our current charter, it would actually require, we couldn't do it for a period of 6 months into his term or 6 months at the end of his term, and it would require a 20% turnout of the voters. We haven't had a 20% turnout of the voters at our most significant in decades. So in essence, we're saying it's almost an impossibility. That's something that's just too great a risk to have when you have somebody who's acting as part of an independent body. You'll be hearing from the Charter Review Committee a little bit later about changes to that, but right now that is where things stand, and that, of course, remains in town meeting's hands. So, we've talked about why we've gone ahead and appointed these people rather than elected them. The next question that I've been asked is, why can't town meeting oversee the money? Why can't town meeting have the final say, just like it does the CPC? The answer is threefold. First, it wouldn't pass the state legislature. This was already proposed. This 2% transfer fee was part of the housing bill that was presented from the governor's office to the legislature. They took it out. They have said, no, we will not pass that. Asking them to do it for Plymouth when they wouldn't do it for everybody else is not going to be that will not be a productive activity. Secondly, the state could look at this as a conflict with our CPC funds. CPC funds come from resident tax fees. Land bank funds come from a transfer fee. If a project were to come up, someone would say, well, gee, which way are you going to spend the money? Are you going to spend the taxpayer funds, or are you going to spend the land bank fee? They assume town meeting will always choose to spend the land bank fee. Finally, there's the issue of the legislation being considered anti-housing. The governor has looked at this and made it very clear that any legislation that is considered anti-housing has no chance up at the State House. And they would consider a bill in which the expenditure of funds for a land bank controlled by the town would be anti-housing. And all they would have to do is look at all the various statements made by the various boards and committees in this town decrying our growth of housing, new development, et cetera, and say, this is clearly an anti-housing bill. And it's not an anti-housing bill. It's been crafted very specifically so as not to be an anti-housing bill. But even if for some reason we were to be allowed to do this with town meeting approving it, it would then become town funds. And in doing that, we would lose all of the flexibility that a land bank allows us. For instance, we would lose the speed that a land bank can act. We've already had instances in which the town has lost properties because they've become available, we haven't been able to act quickly enough, and someone has moved forward. We can go ahead and proceed and call a special town meeting, but can you imagine doing that 3, 4, 5, 6 times a year for properties that are proposed to come forward for the land bank? And if the money that we're talking about is relatively small, it may actually cost us almost as much to call a special town meeting as actually buying the properties itself. We would lose the financial value that we would have. Secondly, if it's not an independent body but a town body, we lose a lot of the abilities that an independent body has. For instance, the ability to pay over appraised value. We recently lost a property on Sandwich Road. It was available for sale. The town said it was interested in buying it. We did the appraisal. The appraisal came in. Mr. Gould went forward and said to the owners, great, we have our appraisal. We're ready to go forward. And the owner said, no, actually, we think a developer will pay more, so we're not going to sell it to you. Town is statutorily barred from doing anything else. A land bank would not. It would be able to negotiate further, and we probably would have control of that property today. So the goal, again, is to create the type of flexibility needed to assist the town in some of the things that it wants to accomplish and ensure passage. Now, I know there are people who are saying, gee, this would be great if it were just for open space, or gee, this would be wonderful if the town could go ahead and oversee everything. But that does not have a chance of success. And I can tell you that this is something that has been proposed several times by other municipalities in the last decade or so, only to get nowhere. Most recently, there was great articles by the town of Lexington, which looked to do an open space land bank. And they went through the whole process of preparing everything and ultimately were told, do not even bother, and never went ahead and proceeded. I also want to note that land banks have been in existence in Massachusetts for quite some time. Nantucket and the Vineyard have had land banks for 40 years, working in conjunction with CPC on each of the islands. So again, this is something that can work. But what we're trying to do is something different, something unique, something that is truly Plymouth. We're trying to address multiple needs for our community without taxing our residents. That's an unbelievable statement. No one else has tried this. This is forward thinking. What we have to do is move this forward. First step after here would be to go to town meeting. Town meeting needs to approve it. If town meeting approves it, we move to the state legislature. State legislature will consider it. They can amend it, make changes, etc., and send it back to the community for its consideration. If we agree that those changes are acceptable, it then goes to the residents for a town-wide vote. Everybody gets their voice in this. This is not something that will be foisted upon the residents. It's not something they won't have a chance to consider. This is something that the town has to buy into. But it is a unique opportunity to be first in the Commonwealth, and I believe first in the nation, in really looking forward to trying to address the needs of our community without putting an additional burden on our community. I thank you for your time. Of course, I'm open to your questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bulletin? John?
Steve, are you sure that statutorily we can't pay above appraised value?
Yes. I spoke to Mr. Gould about it, in fact, very specifically. We cannot. It's part of the procurement laws. That's how we ensure, as a municipality, that we are paying an amount that is recognized. So that's what our statutory limitation is.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I think there's been cases in the past where there's been multiple revenue streams that have been combined to go above appraised value, but you're correct. Maybe the town's contribution has not exceeded that, and that's how we've done that. All right, so.
In which case, the land bank could serve as one of those sources to assist the town in accomplishing that goal.
Correct. So I know there had to have been an extraordinary amount of work put into this document in the presentation. I can only imagine. So I want to thank you. And who else did you have helping you? Kevin, and who else was on this?
Mr. Canty, Mr. Golden. It initiated with your former member, Mr. Helm. We've had assistance from Mr. Hartman, from Ms. Barrett, from Mr. Gould.
So just reinforcing.
Mr. Brindisi.
I'll never understand how government operates financially. The four forms of government that I look at, and then everything is 365 days at a time. We know that we need land for future needs, whether it's recreational, for affordable housing, for economic development, or for water, but there's no mechanism by which we're prepared financially, because inevitably you arrive at that point in the future where somebody who owns those rights to a piece of property will come to you potentially and say, if you can adequately compensate me, I'll sell you this property. And basically, almost all 350 plus communities in Massachusetts, it's the majority of the time they'll push themselves out from behind their desk and look in the waste paper basket, and there's not $1 million there, so they pass on the land, and they really compromise their community's future. So I agree with you on that one. The struggle that I'm having is over that whole town meeting thing. So do you have any specific examples of maybe you referenced at the end Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, the successes of those two entities over the last 40 years?
They have been staggeringly successful. So Martha's Vineyard has obtained something in the neighborhood of 17% of the island for open space using the land bank. Nantucket has been a little bit less of that, 9 or 10% of the island.
So those are specifically land, open
So
space,
they are
not
land-
affordable.
Correct. Nobody else does afford. I can tell you that Nantucket has now tried to shoehorn its existing land bank into doing something for affordable housing.
Sure.
So they're starting to do that. They're running into problems structurally, but they are recognizing it is a need that is otherwise not being met on the island, as you can imagine, given the prices there. And so they are certainly trying to do that. So we're not doing anything that's completely unheard of in terms of what a land bank can do. Many land banks started outside of Massachusetts with the concept of purchasing tax foreclosure properties and turning them into affordable housing. Detroit was a great example. They created a land bank for that express purpose. So what we are proposing here is to do something a little different in that we are combining the various purposes that land banks have been used around the country into a singular land bank. And we're the first ones to do that I can find. But land banks, as a general rule, have been incredibly successful. So I see no reason why Plymouth cannot join those ranks and use this methodology to accomplish something we so desperately need.
Okay, I'll cede the floor to my colleagues.
Mr. Blitzer?
Hi, Steve, thank you. Thank you. I just want to thank the work that you've done in your committee. A lot of work went into this. I know we've talked about a land bank for a while, and it's a great thing, I believe. And what I like about it, you mentioned Sandwich Road was one piece of land that, I mean, I'll start off. The purpose of a land bank is to acquire land that we might need in the future. It's also, if we own the land, we control the land. Sandwich Road, I still believe, is a huge mistake by town meeting. I think we should have bought that and controlled that land. And I'll probably say that forever, but I'm not going to harp on that. But can the Holtec property, will we be able to use this money for that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The Holtec property was the genesis. And actually, just so you know, when I refer to Sandwich Road, I know there's the 34 Sandwich Road property, which is now currently being developed
Right,
into.
that's what I'm talking about.
I know that's what you're talking about. I'm actually talking about another piece of property on Sandwich Road.
Yes, the Holtec property.
No. There's a Sandwich Road property that we also wanted to purchase that we've lost out on.
Okay.
So there, as I said, this is not a unique circumstance. We've lost out on multiple properties due to our inability.
Exactly, yeah.
But yes, the original genesis of this was when Mr. Helm came to me and said, I'm really thinking about how we go ahead and purchase portions or the whole of the Holtec property if and when that comes up. The town is certainly making efforts. It's putting money aside to do that, but the numbers are potentially staggering.
Right.
And how do we do that? And the idea was thought of, well, the way it's been done on Nantucket and the Vineyard is through a land bank.
Right.
But we know that we can't get an open space land bank
Right.
past the state legislature, which has decried those things and said, no, you need housing.
And I don't mean to upset anybody, but I wouldn't be for an open space land bank, because I think we need more than just open space. We need some light industrial, commercial development. There's other things we need. We need low-income housing. There's things we need for this money, not just, we do need open space, don't get me wrong, but it can't be exclusive to that. I wouldn't be for that.
I understand. Just to be clear, though,
It's
this money cannot be used for light industrial, for commercial development
be,
at all.
okay, just
it
how-
cannot be,
okay,
no.
all
The
right.
three purposes are for open space, affordable housing, and future municipal facilities.
Okay.
Cannot be used
Okay.
for commercial
Yeah.
development of any
Well,
type.
I'm for all three of those things. What I like about it is, I was worried about the 2% affecting residents, and it really doesn't, because if you're going to buy a house and sell your other house, you're downsizing or upsizing. It's not going to affect the residents. I like that. That's a key factor in that. It's going to, people coming into this town, obviously, we're a very desirable town, or we wouldn't have so many people that want to move in here. And I don't think it will affect that. I think people will still want to come here. So it's not going to hurt us that way. I'm for this, the work you put into it. But I get a little nervous when you first started talking about it. Is it going to affect, the residents? And it's not going to. So that's a good thing. So a lot of thought went into this, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so if you give me a little scenario here. I'm going to sell a house, say the average house in Plymouth is $500,000. The 2% is how much, and who's paying?
Well, 2% of $500,000 is $10,000, and it's paid by the buyer.
So we're actually adding on $10,000 to the price of a house. Would that be for first-time home buyers also, Steve?
No. First-time home buyers will be exempted.
Okay.
And also, just want to be clear, I can't say that a $500,000 house will or won't be subject to this. The Land Bank Commission will make that determination. Land Bank Commission, on day one, the legislation as we have written it has a floor in it. It starts at $350,000. So it will never be that a house costing less than $350,000, and that means a house, a condominium, any interest in land costing $350,000 or less would be taxed.
But in honesty, is there a house in Plymouth that you can buy for $375,000?
No, there isn't.
Okay, so.
But someday, if the market changes, there may be. But this is a floor, not a ceiling. On day one, the Land Bank Commission can get together and say, okay, I'm looking right now, the average price of a home in Plymouth is $600,000. So we're going to say that that's the floor now. Or we're going to say $750,000 is the floor based upon the market. And if the market changes, they can change. It is the flexibility that an independent body like a Land Bank Commission can do, as opposed to doing something more formalistic. Again, imagine if we had to go to town meeting and wait each time to do that. Market factors change very, very quickly. The Land Bank Commission can meet at a moment's notice, other than the fact, of course, it has to comply with the open meeting laws.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
After you're done,
one
after
more,
you're
Charlie.
done. Yeah, after you're done.
The problem I have with, not this, but to ask if you can use this for infrastructure, the governor was in town, in Kingston, I don't know, a couple months ago, and I attended a lunch with the town manager and some others, and she was talking about, was it $4 billion funds she was setting aside for affordable housing? And, there was a conversation there with elected officials, and I said, oh, yeah. And I said, it's not that I'm against affordable housing, okay? But out of the $4 billion, who's paying the infrastructure? So if we just say, the governor did say $4 billion, and I'd rather have her say, I'm going to put $2 billion into affordable housing and $2 billion in infrastructure in schools, because that's the stuff that hurts the community. When I say hurt, it's not that we don't want affordable housing. Of course we want affordable housing, but nobody thinks of that other bucket, and that's the bucket that we're struggling with. It's the schools, it's the busing, it's everything that goes with it.
I understand.
The water lines, that's what we've been using our ARPA money for. Our wastewater treatment lines. These are the things that we need help with, wells, all that stuff. So could you use any of this money for any of that?
Not for the physical structure of infrastructure, but for the land associated with that, yes. So in terms of purchasing easements or purchasing a well site, yes. So again, it's an offset. It is a benefit to the residents because that is money that they will not have to pay in the future to buy the land. So again, as you keep saying, okay, a well site is $2 million for the property and $4 million for the physical structure. Well, now the $2 million can be provided by the land bank, or more to the point, the land itself can be provided by the land bank. Town identifies a piece of property and says, well, this is a good piece of property. Someone's come to us and said they want to sell this. We'd love to have this in the future for a well site. The Land Bank Commission can consider that and say, okay, we can go ahead and buy this with the understanding that it is either going to be in the future used for municipal use, and if it turns out that's not a good spot, it will become permanent open space. And they have those options.
If you were to buy land, do you put conservation restrictions on it?
You don't have to. As a land
Okay,
bank,
well, that wasn't my question. Listen, the question is, if you purchase land, when I say you, the land bank, do they put conservation restrictions? Because that's the other big problem we have as a community.
No,
We
they
have
do-
places that we could, put a well or need a well, and we can't do it because it's conservation restrictions, and that's why I'm asking you the question.
Exactly, and that's the phrase. They do not have to. So again, if they're identifying a piece of property as future municipal
Possible
use,
wall site.
they will not put a conservation restriction on it. Now, there certainly may be pieces of property they're saying, look, this is something we want to preserve in perpetuity, and we're buying this for that purpose, and we are putting the conservation restriction on it. Or again, giving it to the town for conservation purposes and giving it to the Conservation Commission, which again would go through town meeting, as whether it wants to accept the land or not, and then town meeting, and then the Conservation Commission can keep it in its arsenal or put the conservation restriction on. Again, this is an opportunity for an entity that can work with all of these various groups. It can work with the town. It can work with town boards. It can work with the CPC. It can work with private entities. It can work with Habitat for Humanity. It can work with a private developer even. The town regularly, through CPC, funds affordable housing. Wouldn't it be great if we turned around and said, instead of just funding affordable housing, the land bank says, look, we have this piece of property. We're going to give this to you as a developer to build on, but you've got to make it 60% AMI. We give it to you. You don't pay taxes on it until we transfer it to you. You use that savings to lower the AMI. We could end up with a lot of projects in town. Well, I say a lot. A few projects, but select quality projects that genuinely help Plymouth residents rather than take the risk of 40Bs. Think about the opportunity to buy a piece of property that then does not become a 40B and instead becomes the type of affordable housing project that doesn't have that extreme density, but rather less dense and more affordable, something more suitable to Plymouth's needs.
And just because I didn't see it, is there any other communities in the Commonwealth right now with land banks?
No. The Cape originally had a land bank, although funded differently. It was actually funded through taxpayer money with a state match. That eventually became the Community Preservation Act. As soon as the CPA was passed, the Cape dissolved its land bank. The challenge for the Cape, and the challenge for some of these other communities when you talk about areas, is that there's a competition among towns. You find that Hyannis turns around and says, we're funding this land bank, but you're buying a bunch of land out in Truro. We're not getting the benefit of that. Plymouth is a singular community. It means that we're going to be spending our money in our own community, around our community. It's going to be used to save the land that we need to save. We're a sole source aquifer. We need to protect certain aspects of our open space. It is critical. We cannot lose those development, especially where we do not have the infrastructure to protect our environment. That makes sense. At the same time, we need that affordable housing. What a great opportunity to use this to get those infill parcels where we already have infrastructure, where there's already water and sewer, and making it possible for members of our community who need some assistance to stay in our community.
This is really my last question, only because you touched on something that made me think of one more. The CPC, when it was implemented in this town, we were told, people and board members, that it could be lowered at any time, it could be reviewed at any time, and if the town wanted to opt out, they could. However, this community's never had that opportunity, and I brought that up several times years ago, and that's not why I'm bringing it up tonight. So the question I'm going to ask you is, if the town wants to say this was implemented and passed, if the town in future years wanted to say, you know what, it's time to scrap this, is that possible, and what's the process?
It's a home rule petition. We would simply
So
say
it is a home rule petition.
we do not want it, and we're eliminating it, and that's that.
And the answer on the CPC was that it had to go in the same way it came out. So that's basically what I'm
There is, though, there is a way to essentially turn it off in the existing legislation, because the Land Bank Commission can adjust the fee between 1% and 2%. So say it was at 2% and we wanted to lower it to 1%, that could happen. The commission could do that. And the other,
We've heard that with the CPC too, and it's never been lowered.
well, this isn't the CPC,
And that's why I'm asking the
Right.
questions I'm asking, because I've been down this
and
road.
that's why I'm providing this answer.
Okay.
And the second part would be that floor that Mr. Bolton discussed of 350 could be raised to an unlimited. So you could make it $10 million, so that no house, no interest in land that costs less than $10 million would be subject to the land bank. So as a practical matter, all but the largest parcels in that scenario, you could make it $100 million. So then you could turn it off without the home rule petition. And if you did that, that would be in some ways better than a home rule petition, because later you could turn it back on if you wanted to. So say we passed this in 1998 and then 2008 happened, and we wanted to make it easier for people to sell, buy homes because the market was so bad. Could have ramped up the exemption to an astronomical amount to make it not applicable for a period of time. And then in 2012, 2013, when things were doing better, we could have turned it back on without having to go up to Beacon Hill. So that is an added level of flexibility that the CPA does not have, that this proposal does have. And I think it's important to highlight that.
Mr. Blitzer?
Thanks again, Steve. I just want to clarify why I asked that question about the light industrial commercial land. Say we bought a parcel of land that we wanted to do future municipal, maybe a public safety building, and after a period of time we realized that's not, we don't want to use it for that because we found a better spot. So we have that land available. So we're not able to sell it to a commercial developer?
Well, the town can.
Similar to like we did in Cedarville.
The
Sell
town,
it to
the town can do that. The land bank cannot. The land bank can only purchase land for the three specified
Okay.
purposes.
So you can't, like we did with selling it to the Economic Development
No.
Foundation?
So it would either have to be, if the land bank were to purchase a piece of property with the idea that maybe it has a future municipal use, and then it turns out, gee, you know, we were going to put a fire station there, but somebody else determined that there's a better location and we're going to do that, then that land would most likely sit as open space, or perhaps, depending on where it is, becomes affordable housing. Again, it's up to the land bank to consider best uses and ultimately field proposals from whomever makes sense.
So the answer, we cannot use it at all, period.
You cannot use it for
Okay.
commercial development. No, this is not a purchase of land for commercial development. That's,
I just said in the future, we couldn't.
No.
Okay, right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Golden?
I just want to say, Steve, thank you for all the blood, sweat, and tears you've poured into this. I know you've spent many hours preparing for the drafting legislation, working with stakeholders, presenting everywhere you could over the last several months. I think you've done an outstanding job shepherding this project through to completion, and I look forward to voting in favor of it.
thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Wish of the board?
Make a motion that we include Article 17 on the town meeting warrant and recommend that town meeting approve it.
Second.
Second, motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Canty, then Mr. Mahoney, then me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Golden? You can go before.
So I think this land bank is very important to securing the future of Plymouth. It is common for this board and for the planning board and other elected officials to be questioned, why are you allowing X development or X activity over there to happen? People think that these boards and committees that we're on are signing off on all these projects throughout the community, and we're not. If people own the land, there's very little we can do to restrict what they want to do there. And sometimes we're left with developments and projects that we don't want, that strain our infrastructure, that strain our services, and that create headaches for our community. Having this land bank gives us flexibility within our current form of government. It allows town meeting to continue. It allows the CPC to continue within its current structure and all the other things that we're doing, Conservation Commission, CPC, the Economic Development Foundation. And it just supplements that process to allow for 3 designated uses: open space, municipal use, and affordable housing, which are projects that we're always going to need. Right now, we need all 3. It's been over 400 years that we've been constructing the community of Plymouth, and we're still not at build-out, which is impressive in and of its own self. But we're always, at a minimum, even if we are at build-out someday, going to need more affordable housing. We're always going to look and want to maybe restore something to open space if we could do so. So I don't think these needs are ever going to completely go away. But it ties, the fact that it ties real estate transactions into the funding mechanism means as this community continues to grow, either with new construction or the sale of homes to new people, it brings in money to allow us to adjust to that growth, to secure land for future fire stations. We've already seen graphs in the not-too-distant past about where we're going to need future fire stations in this community, where we're going to need future wellheads, where we're going to need new schools. We have, as I said earlier in the meeting, $218 million in outstanding buildings. A lot of that cost is going to be land, not just the structure itself. But town meeting is still involved in that process in the sense of, yeah, we buy a piece of land and build a fire station on it. Town meeting is still going to have to go in and appropriate the funds to actually build that fire station. Town meeting is going to have to appropriate the funds to build that school. So town meeting is not involved in the purchase of the dirt. But town meeting is still involved in a lot of the other processes, and in the budgeting, in the financing. If this land bank ever needs to borrow on the town's credit, town meeting's involved in that. So yes, it functions outside of the town meeting cycle, but it addresses a need that town meeting members and residents in this community and members of boards and committees have recognized for a long time, that we need to get out ahead of development before developers get out ahead of us, which is what's happening right now. That whole tech parcel is, I think, obviously was the rallying cry for this. When we were negotiating that pilot, we thought it would cost $35 to $50 million, and we didn't have that money. We still don't have that money today. With this land bank, we could have that money by the end of that pilot agreement. And if that parcel is bought by a private developer, that is going to fundamentally change the characteristics of a significant part of this community forever. And I want this community to have a seat at that table, and this land bank gives us that future and that flexibility. There are a lot of exemptions for residents. There's a lot of exemptions for purposes, for the type of people moving in, first-time home buyers, people downsizing, things of that nature. There's that floor provision that we talked about. There's the adjustment of the fee. This is very flexible in how it's going to be applied to people in this community, but it addresses known needs in a way that we are unable to do so otherwise. It's the only way that this community is going to be able to control its destiny so that we can keep parts of Plymouth the way we want to keep them, and we can make decisions as a community as to how our community is going to develop, rather than private entities, many of whom do not live here, coming into town with a shovel, building something, getting their paycheck, and leaving, which is what we are seeing throughout this community. And it does address, although it doesn't directly address what Mr. Blitzer brought up about light industrial and commercial. But what it does by increasing things like affordable housing stock, it avoids 40Bs from being built on commercial property. If we buy something for open space in this area, can preserve water protection, allow us to zone other areas in light industrial and commercial. So it doesn't directly address it, but it indirectly does it. It protects it from 40Bs, and it allows us to make decisions with the remaining land that we have and focus our development into where infrastructure is and where we want this community to grow. Because after 404 years, we are still growing. We're going to continue to grow for at least the next 404. And I think it's very important that we pass this special legislation at town meeting, get it passed up at Beacon Hill with our state delegation, and take control of Plymouth's destiny so that we can move Plymouth forward. And I highly encourage members of this board, as well as members of town meeting, to vote in favor of this land bank so that Plymouth can control its own destiny once and for all. Thank you.
So, just to reinforce, maybe through Mr. Canty or Derek, This is a citizen petition article, so we are advisory currently. This will advance to town meeting, correct?
This is sponsored by the planning board, so if we do not include this on the warrant, it would not be on the warrant.
Okay.
It's not a citizen's petition article.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to repeat everything that Mr. Canty just said, but the key here is self-determination. And my colleague to my left is referencing the last 404 years. The out-of-control, really aggressive residential has occurred in the last 50, and there's really no end in sight. And some of that is at the fault of this community for the lack of any short, midterm, or long-term planning. And then a lot of that is at the fault of the state legislature, 40B, among other initiatives that have been complete failures. So I'm going to vote in the affirmative for this. There is still a lot of unanswered questions, Steve, that town meeting members, I know you'll be out and about and hitting all the caucuses when they do, but it is about putting the community in a stronger financial position. And is it difficult, just building off of what Mr. Quintal said hypothetically? If I wanted to go out and buy a 2 or 3 family for $1 million, that another 10 grand would be put on top of that. That is difficult. But the other path forward, which we know what will happen because we have the last 30 to 40 years as history, and that whole tech parcel, if that falls into the wrong hands, the village of Manaman, and by extension the town of Plymouth, it's over. That is over. That's endgame. So I'm going to be voting in the affirmative.
Mr. Golden?
I would agree with Mr. Mahoney. I think the most important thing we could do is preserve that whole tech parcel. As a resident of Manamet, I don't want it to be over. So I'd like to see us take control of of as many of those parcels as we can, and this is the best way to do it.
Charlie, did you want to say something? Okay, I always have to be this guy that disagrees with everybody. But here we go. I appreciate, first off, your hard work, Steve, and I respect everything you do in this community. That being said, I don't think the answer is tagging on $10,000 to anybody's house, even whatever the amount might be, but that's a hefty amount. Second off, we keep talking in the community, and the whole country has an idea, and the way to roll is to just raise tax, find a new way to fee. But let's look at the real problem here, and the lack of planning, and the lack of not changing our zoning to make it more appropriate for what we want to see in our community, and that's going to come a lot with the master plan. So I guess my message is, rather than taxing people and putting the burden on people some more, whether you're coming to town or you live here, is to start planning. And example, we always hear about economic development. Everybody on this board probably ran on it. But yet, where is our plan for economic development? Where is our next park? Okay, so I look at when those things are all dotted and you still can't take control or turn things around or control it, then I'd be the first one to put my hand up. But as long as we just keep taxing and charging people more and not addressing the problem, and, I hear the argument about the whole tech property when we were all in negotiations, and we also heard David Gold said that he could come up with the funding to buy it all, 1,200 acres, if it came up. So I'm not buying that factor, that we should sell that to town meeting or to the people in this community to opt onto this tax because of whole tech. Because I don't think whole tech is anywhere in this conversation, from what I was told, unless I got the wrong information. But I think we're all sitting at the table. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying now. Entergy has to come to the table. And when that does come, there's enough conservation groups out there that we're ready to commit to purchasing every acre we could have got there. But without going into it any further, because I'm not probably going a little too far already, I just want people to understand where I'm coming from. And I'm all about saving every 1,200 acres on that, for the record, okay? But that does not mean that we have to tax people more money in order to do that. That's all I'm saying. And we need to start getting an economic development plan or a park, so when companies are interested in coming to this town, instead of everybody fighting them and the sand mining and all the other things I see, before they even get a chance to say what they want to do in the community. So I guess I'm going to be the lone man out, and that's okay. It's not my first time, and it's no disrespect to you. But I believe in the things I heard tonight, especially the Holtec one, that should not be a part of any town meeting's members' decision to do this, because that's just not the way I see it. And they can put a call in to David Gould if they like. He's a very respected man in the community. And see what he has to say about that. That's all I'm going to say. So, Mr. Bletzer?
You're not going to be the lone wolf, so, because I think we'd have to identify land that's good for light industrial commercial development, and we need to get that land and control that land. So, and this doesn't do that for me, so I'm going to vote no at this time on this.
It brings me back to the infrastructure story off of Long Pond Road, the Home Depot, Stephen. I don't know if you were on the board, planning board then or not, but it all really, it was, I think it was Dave Gilva, John, was one of the good developers in that project. And the reason it ended up being Oasis is because the town pressed them, or enough, I believe, to do all the infrastructure improvements on Long Pond Road and the turns, the right and the lefts, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. We never have the money to do the infrastructure, and had we had it and had the infrastructure done right, then Oasis probably wouldn't be there, and it probably would be economic development. That's, I'm getting at. That's what really pushes the developers over the edge. I mean, some of the planning board meetings I used to attend, not recently, but, you got to have a white roof, you got to have a green roof, you got to have this roof. I mean, I get it, climate, resiliency, but we really need to fix what's wrong before we just tax and charge more fees. That's just my opinion, and I do mean this with all due respect. I appreciate all the work that you and, if Kevin, was involved, anybody that was involved in it, I think it's a great step forward. I just have other questions with it. I think it's a little expensive, and I don't know. That's just me. So, Mr. Canty?
So I understand my colleague's hesitation, but there are a significant number of exemptions, which I think will reduce the total cost for a lot of folks, and it will be targeted towards, in terms of residential properties. There's not a lot of exemptions for others, but that's because we don't want to pass it on to taxpayers, whether new residents or whether they're doing something else within Plymouth, moving their home, things of that nature. So those exemptions are important. We've talked at length about some of them tonight. There are many more of them in the legislation that I encourage people to look up that will apply to a lot of different situations, a lot of different living arrangements. I also recall what the chairman is referencing in regards to the 1,530.35 acres of the Holtec property, and that there were some other funding sources available for that. However, those funding sources would come with strings, which again are from an outside entity determining what we're going to do with a parcel in our community. And I know, we talked earlier about how conservation restrictions can prevent us from even putting like pipe down or putting a wellhead in. The more of the Holtec parcel that we can purchase with our money and with our control, the better. Because we can identify, if we use land bank funds for that, we can identify where we might need future municipal use, whether it's a well, a school, a fire station, a police station, DPW annex, anything like that. We can identify what we want for open space. We can put maybe a little bit of affordable housing in there. And then we can use some other funds for some light economic development down there, like a Woods Hole, Plymouth. We've talked about that as a potential. That would be an asset to this community and would preserve the character of that location and create an asset versus a liability, whereas if a private developer builds a bunch of homes and it becomes the proposed plan for Benny's Plaza to the infinitum, that would be a disaster. I think the Holtec property is a good reason to vote for something like this. Is it the only reason? No. Parcels like that happen all around this community at all times. They happen outside the town meeting cycle, and sometimes people have to move on property at their schedule, not our schedule. And we lose consistently over the years. We've lost a lot of properties because they can't wait around 6 months or 8 months for the next town meeting, depending on when it falls, so they can get all their ducks in a row. This is the best way forward for these three uses, and it will protect other uses. Economic development can be prioritized in other ways, and this will secure commercial property to be used for commercial property, light industrial to be used as light industrial, not for some developer to come in with a 40V and say, oh, well, you wanted economic development here? Well, good luck. Affordable housing it is. This is the best way to secure the destiny of this community that I've seen in a long time. Is it the only tool? No. Would I like to see a land bank that could do even more things? Yes. But the perfect cannot be the enemy of the good. We've looked at what has passed in other communities, what would pass at Beacon Hill, because we need them to pass this legislation for it to take effect. This is the best thing we think we can get passed up at Beacon Hill, I'm sorry. So that's why we're supporting this in this current form, and that's why I encourage not only members of this board, but town meeting to vote for this so that we, again, can control our future once and for all.
And let me just say, I know that the Holtec property is 1,500 acres. I'm glad you corrected me on that. But there's also about 300 that they can't do anything with. So that's why I used the figure 12. That being said, I'll just state for the record that I am in support of putting all 1,200 acres into conservation. Thank you. Mr. Blitzer? Did you want to say anything? Okay. All righty. Mr. Golden?
I vote yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
I vote no.
Mr. Canty?
I vote yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, no. 2 in opposition, 3 in favor. Thank you. Article 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alan, I just want to ask you, I know the superintendent's here and member of the school committee, Ms. Jackson. Is there one of these articles that pertain to them that we could do first, or do we have to take them in the order that they're in?
No, we can certainly...
If you don't mind with your, okay.
No, there's 11 articles, but they're sort of interchangeable. I would assume that they're here for Article 21. That'd be my guess. I'm getting some nods, so we can certainly do 21 first.
If we could, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's actually not bad. But just before that, I would just like to do a little quick introduction for the Charter Review Committee. My name is Alan Costello, and I'm the chairman of the committee. The committee was formed in June of 2023, and we've been doing work as a Charter Review Committee looking at the existing charter for the last 15 months. Now, the committee was made up of 9 members with 2 alternates. And some of those members are here with me this evening. Mr. Bulletin, who you just heard from, is the vice chair. Mr. Levin is the clerk. We also had Betty Cavaco on the committee. We had Tim Lawler, Michael Hanlon, Joe Hutchinson, Larry Pizer, and Miss Martha Voltrain. 2 members didn't make it to the end with us, but for good reason. Mr. David Golden, who ascended to the Select Board, he was the original chair of the Charter Review Committee and was with us until May of this year, and did most of the lion's share of the work, and really gave us some good direction. So we thank Mr. Golden. And Mr. Zuccaroli, Robert Zuccaroli, was our original clerk, had to drop off due to some family issues. So we want to thank all of the members. The special thanks goes out quickly to the town administrative assistant, Michelle Turner, who, without her help, we would not have achieved the work that we did do, and she was very instrumental and we can't thank her enough. So that being said, we have before you tonight 11 articles. A couple of the articles, the housekeeping will go quick. A couple of them have some discussion. And at this time, just before you do that, what the goal of the committee was when we set out, Mr. Golden put these 3 goals. Transparency. We reviewed the existing charter with the hope of making it more transparent. We wanted to make it, we wanted to clarify it. There's a host of things in the existing charter that pertain to state law, and doesn't have to actually be in the charter, and there's a ton of redundancy in the charter as it sits today. So through the effort of the committee, we cleaned a lot of that up. And ease, we wanted it to be a document that the resident could pull up on the website, review, and understand what this form of government, what this existing government is doing for them, and how it works. So those are the goals. We'll talk about those more as we talk about the individual articles, but at this time we'll move to Article 21, and typically we have Mr. Bulletin speak to Article 21, and I'm assuming at the end of each article we'll take questions or public comment or rebuttal, however you want to handle it. But thank you. Mr. Bulletin.
Thank you. Steve Bulletin, Vice Chair of the Charter Review Committee. I will be referring to the proposed reordered chapters. That's something that would have been addressed in Article 19, and we will discuss that when we get to that. But so for the understanding of the committee, when I start referring to a chapter, I'm referring to a chapter in the form that we are proposing the charter be reordered. So Article 21 addresses the reordered Chapter 2 of the Plymouth Town Charter. This reordered chapter groups together all town-wide elected bodies and officials. There are essentially, I believe, 7 of them, but there are only recommended changes to a couple. With respect to the Select Board, there are no substantive recommended changes. There are some typographical changes that are made, but nothing substantive. There are some substantive changes recommended for the Planning Board. These relate to, first, the role of the associate member. We're looking to expand that a little bit to allow an associate member to vote in place of a full member if they're not present on certain matters, specifically those same types of matters that are normally advisory to the ZBA, or things that, again, are the type of province that we normally do allow appointed people to do. We're not asking that the associate member be allowed to vote on policy or programmatic things or even organizational things within. That's what elected bodies or elected officials are for. So that's the change with respect to the associate member. The remaining substantive change actually relates to the master plan. When I was proposing the update to our master plan, a regular question that I was asked was, how are we going to enforce it? The answer is, this is our proposal to do so. This is language that we're proposing, which requires that the master plan be updated every 10 years, and that as time goes along, in instances where a board or body or committee or commission has binding authority over the town, any proposal submitted to them must contain a certification by the applicant that the proposal complies with the master plan, with a citation to the master plan. That way, the master plan will be part of the discussion of every proposal submitted in town. In some instances, it can be a single line. In some instances, it will be far more complex. It will obviously depend on what's being proposed and how it fits in with our master plan. But it will make sure that the master plan is part of the discussion. There are no proposed changes to the town moderator or to the other 2 bodies, which are the redevelopment authority and the housing authority. So obviously the next one we get to is the school committee, and it's the one I know that they're here to talk about. The charter committee is recommending a change to remove the requirement that the school committee be responsible for the maintenance and management of school facilities. The reason that this was discussed and the reason that they were recommending that this recommendation is being made is not to compel any change. This does not change anything from day one. It merely says that right now, if the town and the school committee wish to make a change to the way maintenance of facilities is handled, our charter would technically prevent that from happening. So if for some reason, hypothetically, the school committee said, you know what, we think the town would be able to handle doing all of the field maintenance, we think that that would be a good thing, that would be prevented from happening per the terms of our charter. So it is not a requirement of state law that that happen. So the recommendation, the initial recommendation that was made, I believe the motion was initially made by Mr. Pizer, but was to go to simply what the state law requires. And again, this is not an advocacy. The Charter Review Committee is not advocating for any particular action to occur. That is up to this body and town meeting to decide, and obviously the school committee to decide as to whether or not shared services should or shouldn't occur, what would be best for the community. We are merely making a recommendation, as is consistent with one of the things that Mr. Costello said, that we make changes which allow the town greater flexibility in its actions. That is the substantive discussion of Article 21. Obviously, happy to take any questions and certainly to cede the opportunity to the school committee to speak.
Go ahead. Yeah, I know. Yeah, why don't we do that, and then we can ask questions. Okay, come on up, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Quintal, and thank you for moving things up. I know we all appreciate it. I just wrote down my thoughts. These are based on some of the conversation that we had last night, but obviously this is, my own thoughts on everything, and I just wrote it down because it's just easier for me that way. Good evening, members of the Select Board. I'd like to address the proposed amendment to the town charter that removes the school committee's authority over facilities management and the furnishing of school buildings. While this amendment does not directly transfer power to the town, it opens the door for the town's procurement office to take on purchasing responsibilities for a wide range of school needs. This raises significant operational concerns. Currently, our procurement and facilities management are handled internally by the school department, ensuring we have direct oversight and responsiveness to the needs of students and staff. It is important to note that under the school department's definition of equipment can encompass anything from basketballs for the gym to Chromebooks to facilities management equipment. One of the most critical areas by this change that would be our ability to purchase equipment, for specialized equipment for students we educate in district with complex physical and neurological needs. Our ability to respond swiftly to these unique requirements could be compromised if purchasing is centralized under town control. Additionally, this amendment removes school buildings from our jurisdiction without clearly allocating them to another entity, creating further confusion about who is ultimately responsible. The ability to meet school needs quickly and efficiently is crucial to the success of our students and the operation of our schools. Centralizing purchasing power or management functions could introduce delays or create barriers that prevent the school department from addressing urgent or specialized needs in a timely manner. The lack of flexibility could hinder our ability to provide high-quality education, particularly for our most vulnerable students. We are in the early stages of discussing departmental consolidation with the town, and this seems premature, putting the cart before the horse. Without proper rule clarity, this could cause an unnecessary burden on the town's procurement office while diminishing the school's legal role under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 71, Section 37. Ultimately, more discussion is needed to evaluate the operational and legal standing of this change. I underscore the need to seek legal guidance to ensure we fully understand the implications and maintain the efficiency of both the school and the town systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Questions from the board for Mr. Canty? Then
Ms.
Charlie?
Jackson, before you walk all the way back, So I assume the provision that you're objecting to is Section 4 of this chapter, the excision of D, which reads, to have general charge and superintendence of all school buildings and grounds and furnish all school buildings with proper fixtures, furniture, and equipment. Is that right?
Yes, because of the ambiguity of the statement.
So you mentioned something as like providing basketballs or other.
Under our definition of equipment, which is what they're using in here as equipment, it leaves a broad expanse that is not clearly defined, and I think needs to be looked at and defined before it's approved.
Isn't in the context of the sentence, it seems like it's clear to me that it's talking about attributes of buildings, not personal property like basketballs.
But it also leaves ambiguity in there that, that in my opinion, leaves the door open for it to be interpreted. I would like the language to be tightened up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Glad you didn't sit down. So you mentioned that the town is already engaged with the school department in conversations about consolidation.
Yes.
So in order for something like that to come to fruition, for example, for shared services over facilities maintenance, I believe that the provision within the charter would prohibit the end goal, which would be to share services. How would you address that if we were to leave this in and say the town and the school were to come to an agreement? How could we do that in light of the charter, specifically delegating it to the school committee?
Ultimately, I think that the school should be involved in helping to talk about the language so that it applies in the way that we're intending for it to be applied. We have come to the table to talk about consolidating certain things because we do see an opportunity to have those discussions, but we also feel like, and I am speaking mostly for myself now because I cannot speak for anybody else's opinion, only on the conversation last night, that it is important for this to be a collectivism kind of decision when it comes to the language that is put in and what that covers and what consolidation means so that it's a benefit.
I agree with that sentiment. I believe that if the charter provision were to be removed, there would be zero impact to your operations until such a time as the school committee, the select board, the town, and the school department were to come to an agreement on shared services.
And
so
that was part of the conversation
the inclusion,
last
if you would
night.
give me a moment,
Sure.
the inclusion of the charter provision prohibits us from finalizing any agreement between those four entities. If we were to keep it in there, the school department has to do that work. So if we really want to get serious about saving some money for the community in the long run and creating shared services between the school and the town side, we have to remove this. That's all.
Can I respond to that? Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't disagree that there may need to be a change made in order for us to move forward with our consolidation talks. I do strongly feel like we should be included in making sure that language is appropriate to what the needs are and that it is fully thought out when it comes to how we are structural. I know this is a recommendation and that it does not change policy, and that was also part of the conversation last night. This is only to open the door for it. But I do strongly feel that the school and the school committee need to be at the table when the conversation is happening about these parts of the charter.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I meant to end there, but so you're asking us to leave this provision in the charter.
I am asking to have a seat at the table before this goes to town meeting. We've been to some of the charter meetings and we've talked about our concerns over the ambiguity of this specific line in the charter. So I know the Charter Commission is going to come speak at our next school committee meeting, and we can have some more question and answer when it comes to that. But I thought the point needed to be made tonight as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Blotzer?
Yeah, this question, I don't know if it's for Catherine or for Steve, but this is actually a compliment to the schools. When I first was running, I toured some of the town buildings, specifically some of the fire stations, and I was really appalled by the condition of the buildings. And I heard, they talked about not having a facilities manager, and that the schools, they talked about how good the school buildings were because of, I guess Arthur was the name that I heard, that just did a great job and with the schools, maintaining the school buildings. And I was kind of confused. Why can't all our buildings be maintained like that? And it's separate. It was separate services, and I don't know why we can't. I talked about consolidating back then. Why can't we get that done? Let's have one facility manager for the whole town. I mean, the schools are part of the town, and it's like the schools are one part, the town's separate, and it's taken me a long time to get used to that. But share facilities management, fleet maintenance. The town side has great mechanics and fire department, the DPW. Why can't the town maintain the fleets? We have excellent snow plowing, snow removal. The schools have electricians, plumbers, carpenters. We're now starting to hire in the DPW side too, more of those positions, but in the custodial services too. We didn't even have them in the fire stations when I was running for office, and I couldn't figure it out. So the word consolidate is something that we've been talking about this for a long time, and will this article get us to that consolidation? Will it help us to get there? And how do you feel about consolidation? And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think we got to put our heads together, and I think it'll save a lot of money for the town.
Right. To answer your question, I have been one of the people at the table with Mr. Canty and with Mr. Brindisi and with Ms. Badger to talk about how this would look. And we have agreed to do an assessment of certain departments. So we are looking to see if this is a feasible idea, and the school has been working with the town in order to see how we move forward. If we move forward, to answer whether I'm in favor, I think I would like to wait and see the assessment and how things play out before I make a final decision. But I'm certainly open to the discussion. And I've been to the first couple of meetings and will continue to meet on these matters. I just think we have to be careful about how we handle things.
Well, I just think the town does some great things, and the schools do some.
Totally agree.
Why can't we do it together? And Mr. Bolton, how does this article affect trying to consolidate?
I can only echo what Mr. Golden said, which is that by containing this language in our charter, it legally prevents us from making a change. It means that the suggestion that any other entity other than the school committee providing any of the facilities maintenance would be in violation of our charter. So in the recommendation of the committee was based upon the desire to create greater flexibility for the town in its discussions with the various stakeholders in order to be able to come to an agreement that is not precluded by our charter.
So the recommendation is to take this out.
The recommendation, consistent with our goal of making town government more flexible whenever possible, was to remove this,
Thank
yes.
Thank you, Catherine.
Can I just respond to that quickly?
Then John, you get the same.
My intention is not to stop that, but to make sure that it's worded in a way that is appropriate, and I know we'll have that opportunity in a couple weeks, so thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Catherine?
Yes.
So, I mean, you mentioned being at the table, and I'm at the table, Ms. Brindisi, and the superintendent, and obviously the chair, Michelle Badger, is there. I mean, I think that those meetings at that table have been very collaborative about how we could help each other and how we could work together. So I don't think there'd be any impression from those discussions that we were looking to take something from you that you didn't, that, you know, unwillingly, you know, that we were trying to bamboozle you in some way. I think it's been about, you know, let's go into this after we have an assessment done. And we understand that it's probably not going to save money in the near term. It might in the long term. It might solve some efficiency issues where we could, you know, when there's an acute problem at this, like a couple of years ago when some pipes burst in one of the elementary schools, we could have sent some, in addition to your folks, we could have sent some of our folks over there to fix that quicker. Same thing if that happens, you know, in one of our buildings and there's an emergency and we need all hands on deck, we could send some of your hands over here. Because right now we have these two separate entities that are doing the same work, but we can't put all hands on deck when there's an emergency. You know, we could help get the schools up to ready for opening day quicker if we could consolidate like in August, bringing some people in there. I think there's a lot of ways that efficiency could be worked out. And I think long term, you'd see some cost savings. But I think, unless I'm wrong, Catherine, I think the conversations we've had have been very collaborative. We've been going into it very slowly in terms of like trying to work together on this, not just in the near term, but in the medium and the long term. I mean, do you disagree with that assessment?
No, not at all. My concern is not with the conversations that we have been having, but we are all elected officials.
Correct.
So I don't have a concern with the intentions of the people at the table currently, and I know we're all approaching this with the best of intentions, but a charter is a solidified document, and I want to make sure that there are guardrails to prevent anything from happening going forward.
So that's part of my concern. I agree with Mr. Golden. If we say in 18 months we decide we want to consolidate, and we agree on that, we'd have to have this change, which would take an extended period of time with it being in a charter. We have to wait and delay that. Whereas if, let's say we delineated this to you in a bylaw instead, we could change that at the next town meeting. We could call a special town meeting and change that. We can't do that with a charter provision. So taking this out of the charter gives us the ability to, if we ever want to consolidate facilities, to be able to implement that without having to go back to Beacon Hill and the Attorney General's office and all that, to change the charter again, even for just a little verbiage like this.
Correct. However, you're talking about black or white, and I'm talking about gray area. I'm not saying don't change the provision. I'm saying let's look at how it's changed so that it allows for some flexibility, but it also addresses the concerns that I'm speaking about tonight.
Well, I look forward to your proposed language. I would encourage you to consider a potential bylaw as well that we could always put on the next town meeting warrant, which may address your concerns in the short term or long term. If we never decide to consolidate, the bylaw could stay in effect long term. But those are my questions and comments at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Catherine. Catherine?
Yes.
Come back. Cat?
Oh, again? Okay, yes.
John?
Okay. So, Catherine, so
Yes.
so you've been participating in these meetings with a group of individuals.
Yes.
Did yourself or other members of the school committee ever get invited or go in on your own to a charter meeting?
Yes. Myself and Ms. Badger were at one, and then Mr. Pisano was also at another one, and we also expressed our concerns at that time.
Okay, so what is the intent? You're telling me in 13 days, Mr. Costello and others are going to come into the school committee meeting and discuss this?
Yes.
Okay, so what do we hope to accomplish that night?
I can only speak for myself. I think I would look to tighten up some of the specific language. we've been talking about the possibility of consolidating certain things like facilities, benefits, and things that would make sense from a potential cost savings or an ease of combining services, but to tighten up the language so that we are still allowed to make our day-to-day choices that need to happen.
I guess what I'm driving at is, if Mr. Costello and others from this committee are going into your group
Right.
to have a joint meeting on this topic,
Yes.
is it premature that we're listening to this article tonight?
That's my
No.
opinion. I know that's not the appetite of the committee. I feel like there's more discussion that needs to happen before this is adopted, but again, it's just my opinion.
Yes. Thank you.
So the reason I brought up changing the charter, it has to be approved by the legislature, which is going to take a while.
Correct.
To take effect. So it makes more sense for us to change this in the charter now, eliminate it. And that's why I brought up, we could have a bylaw at the next town meeting that gives them, in the meantime, if they're concerned about having the same authority, we could give that to them in a bylaw that then could be changed at the next town meeting on the town level without having to resort to Beacon Hill. Because then, like I said, if we in 18 months decide we want to consolidate, then we're going to have to wait another 2 years to actually do it.
To go through the process.
Right, and which is only going to further extend the timeline for efficiency, cost savings, and all that.
All right, Catherine, that's all I have.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
I have one for the town manager or the business agent for the school. Did we do a feasibility study on consolidation already? John, do you know? Did we do one? Yeah. Consolidation.
On consolidation,
Yeah.
not that I recall.
I can't speak to anything that's happened in the past. I can tell you, though, through this group that's been referenced multiple times this evening, we all agreed that we would engage a consultant, and I've met with a prospective consultant who is going to get back to me on a potential cost to do a consolidation study amongst the town and the school department. So we are working on bringing in an outside firm.
Okay. And the second part of the question is, with all the bargaining groups, we don't have to go into detail, but let's just scratch the surface of that, if you will. We all have custodians, but they're all different groups, and they have different contracts. I know because I've sit on both sides. So how is that all going to play into this?
Yeah, so ultimately, if we had a set of recommendations from a consultant and there was agreement between the school side and the town side on any one of these areas, we would have to impact bargain with the unions. This potentially would be a change in working conditions, and so we would have to meet with certain union heads. But again, that's much further down the road, and I think we'd have to think about what that looks like in the early years.
Okay. I like the idea, and I'm not a jealous town man. The school buildings look a lot better than ours. And I think the reason for that is because the town's really not advocated. And that's why I touched a little bit on Memorial Hall, because that's going to be an expensive one. We have some serious issues there that, we haven't seen the results yet, but I just want everybody to know they're coming. And this own building we're in now, 7 years, and John, I wasn't here for that, but I don't know if there's anything in the meal stack deal, or I'm saying deal, but you know what I'm referring to, for maintenance, or no, if there's an abundance there in the account, or
Not on maintenance, strictly modernization and new construction.
okay, so we need to. Well, I already asked you. We need to put our mothership here on the radar, and Memorial Hall has had some major water issues. And, for the record, a couple years ago, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3, Mr. Brothers was the assistant over in the school department, and he reached out to us, and I went for a tour of Nathaniel Morton, and asked me if I would support him in doing the roof, and it was a very expensive project, and I did the right thing. The school needed to be done. It would have been much more costly to put it off, and I actually advocated for it. And, you know, we have to, on the town side, take care of the buildings just like they do. They do a great job. And that's probably why they were a little reluctant. If I was sitting there, I'd be saying, you know, Mr. Honesty, I'm going to tell you like it is. They're probably a little concerned with the fact that we don't maintain our buildings like they do. And we need to learn from that. And I've been trying since I've been here and have a good relationship with you all. And good luck with your negotiations. But, you know, I want all the town buildings to be to the same quality, I guess is what I'm saying. So, that being said, if you can come to that agreement and come to me, then you have my full support.
With the pleasure of the board, I don't know whether you wanted to address the articles individually at this point, so that would be the conclusion of Article 21.
I have a unrelated to the current topic, but still in Article 21 question, if we could. Well, it was going to be a question, but Mr. Golden answered it for me earlier as the former chair of this Charter Review Committee. I just want to highlight it because some people may have questions about it. So it's on page 6 of 38 of the internal pagination, 4-1-4, as written here. It eliminates in the charter reference to the fact that the select board can fill vacancies in other elected boards like planning board, school committee, stuff like that. I was concerned about that because that would potentially trigger, as I read this, more special elections, which would be a cost. But Mr. Golden informed me that Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 11, still gives us the provision to be able to do that. So it's just removing, there's no need to reference a state law when it's already there in the charter, particularly because state law could change at some time. So I just, in case anyone else reads this and is concerned about that, I did want to highlight that.
Thank you for that clarification for people. And that is something that I will address as a general topic in a moment.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Are we going to take all these articles and then vote them all, or does the board?
I would request, if I could, that we vote on them after we hear the presentation on that section.
Okay.
With that in mind, unless there are more questions, I would make a motion that we recommend town meeting approve, what we include on the warrant and recommend town meeting approve Article 21, which is Charter Amendments, Chapter 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Canty?
So I understand the school committee's reservations about the language as it's presented, but I do think what they're talking about would be better served in a future bylaw. It's going to only delay this process if it remains in the charter. There are, for people that are going to tune out before we get to that section, there are some eliminations of some other departments in this charter that isn't going to eliminate, like the DPW department is in the charter. We're not eliminating the DPW. We're just getting it out of the charter. So I think a lot of the work here by this Charter Review Committee, I don't agree with all of it. We'll get to that later. But I think a lot of the work that they're doing is just trying to modernize, streamline, and take it away from being like an HR manual and making it into an actual constitution of the community, which is what it's really intended to be. I think their concerns maybe could and should be addressed. They definitely could. Maybe they should be addressed in a bylaw to give them stewardship over their buildings. I definitely don't think Derek is going to be going down to the local gymnasium and taking away their basketballs, but I look forward to seeing that in the Plymouth Independent if he does. But you know, for the time being, I'm not concerned. I think we can figure this out. We're already at the table with the schools. We're already trying to collaborate and work together, and I'm sure we'll be able to do so in the near future. Thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a hotly debated topic on the Charter Review Committee. We spent a significant amount of time discussing whether or not we should move this particular provision out of the charter. And ultimately, the decision of the body was that providing greater flexibility to the town in the event that consolidation is agreed upon between the two sides trumped any other considerations. I think it's important to note that once this charter is, if it is approved by town meeting, it still needs to go to the state. So there's going to be a significant lead time after October, and if our discussions between the two sides bear fruit, there will still be a long time before we can actually take action on this. So I would strongly encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this article and its inclusion on the warrant, and a favorable recommendation at town meeting. And I would recommend my former colleagues on town meeting to approve it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
I'm going to move now back to Article 19, our first article, and I'm going to start with just a little preamble, echoing a lot of what Mr. Canty said. Charter is supposed to function like a constitution. That's its intended purpose, defining functions and responsibilities. But Plymouth has turned its charter into a little bit more. It has used the charter to determine how those functions are actually to be carried out. That's problematic because that information is supposed to be contained in town bylaws or even regulations from this body so that they can be more easily addressed subject to changes in conditions. In fact, I note that there are many charter provisions here where Mass General laws actually specifically refer to the town bylaws as supposing to be the governing regulations associated with that. So one of the things the Charter Review Committee sought to do was to address this disconnect by making recommendations to the charter so the document would assign those responsibilities and define the roles, but not dictate the minutia, leaving that to the town to place in its bylaws and regulations where it can be more appropriately addressed. The ultimate goal was to create a document which is easier for everyone to understand, which provides for more transparency and allows for more flexibility so that town government can become more efficient and more effective. I believe that we can state categorically that every change that we are recommending accomplishes one or more of those goals. With that in mind, I move to Article 19, which is the most basic, the reordering of the charter. The document that's been provided, this form, is a draft reordered charter. Article 19 seeks to just do the reordering without making any changes whatsoever to the document. So again, hypothetically, town meeting passes Article 19 and does not agree with a single thing that the Charter Committee recommends. Nothing. What we would end up with is a revised document which is in greater detail, greater order, easier to understand. Specifically, as you look at the table of contents, you'll see that we have some of the same basic things we've always seen, the preamble, the powers of the town, but then we proceed to move to, as we just discussed in Article 21, town-wide elected bodies. We've grouped together those things that deserve to be grouped together so that people who are just picking up our charter can find things easier and understand the relationship within town government of the various entities. One example that I've used repeatedly is if you wanted to find information in our present charter, going through all of the details as to what the roles and responsibilities and obligations and abilities are of the town manager, those are currently located in 4 separate chapters, some of which are buried within other provisions such that it took me extra time to find them in order to actually move them into a chapter related to the town manager. That would be unfair to expect of any resident who wanted to try and follow our town charter in some way. So Article 19 is solely to reorder the town charter, to group together those things that reasonably should be grouped together. It was a collaborative effort by the committee, as were everything else we did, and we believe it creates a document that is much easier to follow, much easier to understand, and better relates to town operations. With that, any questions?
Any questions from any members of the board? All right, hearing and seeing none. Do I have a motion in regards to Article 19?
I would make a motion to add Article 19 to the warrant and recommend approval to town meeting.
I'll second that.
Has been moved by Mr. Golden. It has been seconded by Mr. Bletzer. We'll turn the chair over to the chairman.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. And thank you, Mr. Canty. Article 20?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 20. Article 20 will go very quickly. Primarily, it's all of the grammatical changes or corrections throughout the document. It also, it relates to Chapter 1. There's also a definition section in there, as you know, from our existing charter. And the committee made two small changes in definitions. One was, very common thing that I do, is we use the word town meeting interchangeably between both the event on the 2 Saturdays of the year that we meet and town meeting, the body. So what we tried to do in that definition, just quickly, we define the two different entities. Hopefully that solves any confusion in the future. The other small addition we made to an existing definition, and this came out of a review the town clerk put together to make sure that our charter is synchronized with both what the state has on record and what we have. And it came up that the definition of precinct needed a little work. Presently, it reads something along the lines, precinct is a division of the areas of the town. What we added to was for the phrase, for the purposes of voting. So a precinct is now the division of the town into areas for the purpose of voting. That, in a nutshell, is Article 20. That takes care of Chapter 1. So any questions, I'll be, feel free to answer them for you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Do we have any questions from any members of the board at this time? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion in relation to Article 20?
Make a motion to include Article 20 on the town meeting warrant and recommend approval to town meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Has been moved by Mr. Golden. It has been seconded by Mr. Bletzer. Any discussion from members of the board? Hearing and seeing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Bletzer?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. That concludes, we will include Article 20 on the town meeting warrant, and we will recommend town meeting approve it. That brings us to Article 22, which is Charter Amendment, Chapter 3.
Article 22 would be recommending the town meeting allows us to reorder Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is the legislative body definitions and chapter. And in there are some changes. We made a slight change to simultaneous offices, the ability for, or the lack of the ability to have 2 elected positions in town at the same time. The existing charter did not clarify that town meeting member is one of those positions. So we did a little bit of house cleaning there, that we took care of that. There were no changes as to the powers of the town meeting members, procedures. One thing we made, and this is sort of taken care of by electronic voting, but that all votes at town meeting are require a vote either electronic or verbal on all motions. It has to be done electronically or verbal. Attendance. No changes as to the attendance component. And conflict of interest. Conflict of interest, we made a slight change. There were 3 provisions in the conflict of interest. We got rid of the first one, 2-10-1. We're asking to strike that out because it's very redundant with 2-10-2. It covers the same bodies for conflict of interest reasons. And I don't know if we've mentioned this so far, but on the document that you have, anything that's in black is the existing charter language today. Anything in red is a hope that we strike out that language. And anything in blue is something new that we might have added. So as you peruse it and you go through it, if you see something in there that you have any questions on, we'll address it. But that's how we hope to go through town meeting. The black will stay, the blue will hopefully stay, and the red will drop off. Rights of non-members, as it reads in our existing charter, no substantive changes have happened there. And then the last change in Article 22 is caucuses. We've introduced 2 additional mandatory caucuses that we're asking the precincts to hold throughout the course of the year. Having done this presentation last night to COPC, that had sort of a mixed review. Most people liked it, but there are some precincts that had some concerns that today they can't get enough attendees to 3 meetings. So we've added 2 more meetings, but I feel that that's probably just an isolated precinct, and that'll take care of itself. But that was an issue that came up and was spoken about, but ultimately passed last night in COPC. So with that, that concludes any of the substantive or minor changes for Article 22. Any questions at this time?
Mr. Blitzer?
Yep, Ellen,
Mr.
remind me of the attendance for town meeting again, because I'm not surprised about the caucuses, because we can't get some people to come to town meetings, so.
I apologize, sir. I don't know where I put that. Okay, changes are recommended as to which non-representative town meeting members must attend town meeting. These are your department heads, your full advisory and finance committee, everyone on different committees. If you read the charter today, it calls for a host of people to come to the event on both the spring and the fall town meeting. What we're simply saying is that we've called out that different committees can pick a representative and cover for them, or if the airport commissioner doesn't have any articles on the warrant, he may be excused through the town manager or through whatever entity. He may not have to stay there all Saturday. He doesn't have anything that pertains to his department. So what we're hoping to do is make it a little more streamlined, and 200-300 people don't have to show up and never speak or never have to talk.
What about town meeting members? Is it 2?
This is actually for non-town meeting.
For the town meeting members.
Non-representative town meeting members. It's different. This is all of the accessory type people that.
No,
come.
I get that,
Yep.
but my question was,
Yeah, we didn't make any. We didn't make any.
is it 2 meetings and you're out if you miss 2? How is that? There's no.
I don't think we have that restriction. Yeah, we don't have that provision.
Maybe that's something
Something to probably think about in the future, but
yeah,
we
it's
didn't
a
address that.
problem. We're missing 20% sometimes.
Understood, Mr. Blitzer, but unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to, we are a charter review committee. We
Right.
do not have the authority to
I get that.
draft any provision which would relieve an elected official of a position regardless of circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
Very good. And at this time, that's 22. Article 22. Any further questions? Mr. Canty?
All right. I have questions on 2 sections. I'm going to take the second one first because I'm probably the only one with a question. Although I may be corrected. I want to talk first about, on page 21 of the internal pagination, 5-7-4. It's part of the recall provisions. As was referenced in the land bank discussion, I have brought up the nigh impossibility to recall an elected official using myself as an example, so I'm not throwing anyone else under the bus, under the current charter as a reason why having an appointed land bank commission is a good idea because it's easier to remove those folks. But, so I noticed that some of the more onerous requirements to recall a elected official have been removed, but 5-7-4 still requires that 15% of registered voters at the date of the most recent annual election have to be returned to the town clerk with signatures within 30 calendar days after the initial notification of a recall petition. A 15% is basically a full election.
Mr. Canty,
apologize.
we're happy to address that, but I think you've jumped ahead. We were on Article 22, and that's Article 23.
My mistake.
So I didn't want those to get confused between the two as you proceeded to your voting.
Understood. Well, that brings me to my question, another question that I have, which I believe is in the correct chapter, but let me just check, which is relation to the conflict of interest. So that one, it's on page 16 of 38, 2-10-2, you referenced it earlier, so my level of confidence that this is in the right chapter is higher. Now, it says, notwithstanding any general or special law to the contrary, and then it lays out a provision that people can't vote on something that they or an immediate family member have an interest in. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 268A, Section 1, defines a municipal employee and exempts representative town meeting members from that definition. So wouldn't MGL 268A, Section 1, be a general or special law to the contrary? And isn't, if you're going to remove 2-10-1, why not remove 2-10-2, which historically has only been weaponized against town employees that certain members of town meeting are angry about them voting on their budget? And I think there's an inflated belief that a town meeting is ripe with town employees violating the conflict of interest law, which is not accurate. There's maybe 12 or 15 of them in a 162-member body. But can you speak as to how this doesn't conflict with and be preempted by Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 268, Section 1?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but having been on the Conflict of Interest Committee back in 14, you're correct. However, if you read further in that very same law, it allows for a town to institute their own restrictions over and above that law. And that's what the town of Plymouth did probably in the 90s, 1990s. And we've lived by that. And we've had a few chances to go back and address exactly what you said. But what you suggest on the beginning of 268A, and then what I think it's provision F and G that allows a town to put further restrictions, that's what the town of Plymouth has done. The only thing that it didn't allow, and the town never did, was put a enforcement mechanism in place. So we've all lived with the conflict of interest provision as it has been for years. But I thought when the charter review addressed it this time, we looked into there were some redundancies, so we got rid of 1/3 of it. And I thought that was a good move by the committee.
Well, you're aware that KP Law, our prior town council, has opined that the entire conflict of interest provision in the charter was unenforceable due to state statute preempting it, which would include the provision you're leaving in here.
Well, we also had the lawyer from the state telling us that back in that period of time, 2014, that it could remain in there. There is some confusion, you're correct, but the town has every right in the world to have that in the charter, and we've maintained that. As you remember, you spoke very highly, you spoke in opposition of it back in that time.
Correct.
We had a very protracted discussion at town meeting. At the end of the day, we came back to exactly where we are when we started and exactly where we are today. But there is some effort by this charter committee to reduce the conflict of interest by one provision, and I think that was a very good compromise.
It's just unfortunate. It still leaves a provision that leads to the same exact frustration and confusion. I think if we're going to have representative town meeting, we should have it. And representative town meeting under state statute permits, if representatives of a precinct elect somebody that works in the DPW or the fire department or a police officer to town meeting, they're saying, I want this person, male or female, to have a seat at the table and be involved in town discussions. And I've seen town employees bring a benefit at town meeting floor, talking about their budget, talking about equipment for their department or division. And I think it's a mistake to exclude them from being able to vote on these things when they know better. I'm not a firefighter. I'm not a DPW worker. So hearing from their opinions of like what is needed in their department, how their department functions, what equipment is necessary, I think is a value to at least have them say that, and then they have the opportunity to have their discussion and then have their vote too. Now under this, they could still have their discussion, but they wouldn't be able to vote. And I just think it's not consistent with how state law wants representative town meeting to function. We could have an open town meeting, have different provisions, but we don't have that. We have representative, and I just still continue to think 268A Section 1 allows you to create additional penalties for existing infractions of the law, but not to supersede other sections of the law that you choose to do so.
Well, the way I read it, unless I'm reading incorrectly, Mr. Canty, is we're removing that restriction. To your point, we're doing that. If this goes through, we're removing the restrictions to allow a member of a department to vote on their own budget, to vote on their own line items. So you're correct.
That's correct.
We're doing that at this time.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. 2-10-1 is the provision that's being recommended for removal, and it is the
Right.
one that has been traditionally weaponized against staff. This, if we remove it, it will permit them to vote on their budget.
I think it's just the way there's already state, it still includes in it because 2-10-1 will no longer be in the document whatsoever.
Correct.
So people that look at this document in the future are only going to see 2-10-2. And 2-10-2 says that they can't vote on it. It still leaves an ambiguity for people that are going to go, that historically have gone up and said that. I just think conflict of interest is handled in state statute. You're removing other things that are handled in state statute. Why not just remove this and let state statute govern it rather than including it in the charter provision and creating that continued, I think, the continued confusion you're going to see.
Well, I wish I was
That's
better
my-
versed on it this evening, but I know that there's further chapters in that law that allow a town to put some restrictions in. They don't have any teeth. There's no enforcement. You're correct, but it does allow for the honor system to be instituted into the charter, and it's worked quite well, I believe. And I was on that committee, and we reviewed it. I apologize. I didn't study up on the conflict of interest. I didn't really want to open that up again, but
Here we are. Yes.
but I thought we addressed it. I thought we made some strides towards it, and I thought it worked well for everybody. But you're right. If you still had some problems with it, I think it could be addressed. We could review it. But I thought what the committee put forward today is an upgrade.
Well, I agree it's better, but it just, because in the future only 2-10-2 is going to be there, it's going to be, people reading it are going to think it still applies to, I think, to town employees in the way, because that's the only group that's ever been targeted by it, is town employees that I've ever seen. So I would prefer we just leave it in state law, take it out of the charter, and just.
Well, in our early discussions, quite honestly, that was talked about, taking it out completely. There was a contingent that wanted it out. There was a contingent that wanted to leave it in, and I think conflict of interest took the best part of 3 of our meetings. Mm-hmm. It was reviewed and talked about. I had some historical knowledge, what the town went through in 2014. Others had some great ideas, but at the end of the day, we sort of came back to square one with a slight improvement. And I think that's probably was a win-win for everybody.
I guess we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly right. Thank you. So that would wrap up 22, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to include Article 23 on the town meeting warrant and recommend approval to, Article 22, to be added to the town meeting warrant and to recommend approval to town meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Golden, second by Ms. Mahoney. Discussion? Mr. Canty?
So although I have my personal wishes to see the conflict of interest provisions removed, I do think there's enough positives in this section to still vote for it. I do wish in the future we could get rid of this conflict of interest thing that I've only seen weaponized against one group. I will agree that there is an improvement here by removing something that seems to conflict directly with state law. But I just think it's likely that we're going to see this rear its head in the future. There's been some nasty exchanges on town meeting floor in violation of decorum, I would say, about people accusing other town meeting members of just doing their job and just showing up when, as Mr. Bletzer points out, some town meeting members don't even show up. And I think that's unfortunate. But I commend the other work on this charter provision section, and I still will be voting in favor despite my reservations about the continued inclusion of conflict of interest.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Going right into Article 23? Is that?
You know what? Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't be,
Trying to
never
save
be
you some
sorry
time,
here.
I'm
I just want to ask, I see, I believe it's football players in the audience that just happen to pop in, and they probably want to say something on the public comment, I'm
Well,
assuming.
then by all means, we'll
So
suspend.
if you could just
Yep,
take a little, okay,
Take a break.
just for a second, please. I know they have school in the morning. Identify yourself for the record and make sure the green light's on, please. The light on?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Susan Reynolds. I'm here with a group of senior football parents from Plymouth North, and we're working to help our football players in their fight to bring back Friday Night Lights. So some of us would like to speak tonight. We'll start by playing a video that some of the boys made. The audio was heard last week, but we weren't able to get the video working. This was made on September 2nd, so some of the factual data has changed, but the overall sentiment remains the same. And I think Ms. Anderton has it. No, that's fine. So they made this video after they created a petition that has 512 signatures supporting it. I can keep going until
Yes, if you
it works.
don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we know a meeting is scheduled with the Mass Department of Public Health on September 16th. We also know that the town manager, the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, and the superintendent are the ones who have the authority to overturn the ban, just as they were the ones to implement it. It is not mandated by the state. In fact, the state recommends that high-risk communities like Plymouth, quote, adjust outdoor activities to avoid peak mosquito hours, end quote. Only critical risk communities are advised to, quote, cancel or reschedule outdoor gatherings, organize sporting events, et cetera, to avoid peak mosquito hours, end quote. This is one of the reasons we believe the ban was put forth too quickly. Carver, Plymouth, and Middleborough are the only 3 towns in the state with a ban among the 12 high-risk communities and 4 critical risk communities. Oxford, a critical risk town, clarified in a Washington Post article on August 30th that their guidelines are recommendations, not a ban. Of the 6 towns in Middlesex County moved to high risk last week, none have implemented a ban, and night football games remain on their schedule. The data from the mass.gov website also supports overturning the ban, since around July 1st, when testing of mosquito samples began, 92 positive EEE samples have been found in the state of Massachusetts, 64 of those in Plymouth County, but only 6 in the town of Plymouth. By contrast, Carver's number is 19, Middleborough's is 18. Halifax and Kingston together have 6 samples, just like Plymouth, and those towns are part of the Silver Lake Regional School District that just had their home opener this past Friday night on September 6th, under the lights. Reps from the Plymouth County Mosquito Control Board tell us that a town's risk level will never be decreased based on the data. It can only be increased. We know that one of the 4 people in the state with the virus is from Plymouth, but that individual was infected before aerial spraying began on August 27th. We are asking that an exception to the ban be made specifically for high school football in time for the home opener this Friday. Last week, Town Manager Brindisi mentioned that various youth practices typically take place around town after dusk. Maybe those events should be adjusted, as they are not truly community events like Friday Night Lights, part of the quintessential high school experience for the players, cheerleaders, dance team, marching band, student spectators. A few Friday night games seem to follow under the general guideline for high-risk communities, which I'm paraphrasing as avoid being outside after dusk when possible, but if you are going to be outside, take the proper precautions like covering up and using bug spray with DEET. We've spoken to some private local companies who can conduct mosquito spraying of the stadium. We've received reasonable quotes. We think those could be funded by parent donations and possibly the Boosters Club. Technicians and backpacks would spray the perimeter field and stands. We could purchase DEET bug spray for people to apply when they come in as spectators. We've heard the argument that some may not be able to participate because their parents will not want them outside in a high-risk town. Based on our communications, that number is minimal, likely 0. Still, it is a parent's choice based on their own risk tolerance. Parents of participant in the 6 high-risk Middlesex County communities holding Friday night football games will also need to make a risk analysis and proceed accordingly. We parents understand the players' confusion and indignation regarding the ban because while their stadium is empty and quiet on Friday nights, thousands of people will be outside all over Plymouth after dusk. They'll be at campsites, outdoor weddings, on Captain John's sunset boat cruises, at an outside table or bar at places like East Bay Grill and Cabby Shack. Most of the players just attended the Silver Lake Plymouth South game on Friday night in the Kingston Stadium, one town away, not too far from our high schools. These seniors had their middle school experience painfully altered due to COVID restrictions. No 7th grade Olympics, no 8th grade dances, no 8th grade middle school sports like soccer and basketball, teams on which many of our current seniors were members. In hindsight, many of these restrictions ended up being extreme and unnecessary, so it's easy to see why they're so frustrated with special events being taken away again. So we are asking that an exception to the ban be made for the high school football game, for high school football in time for this week's game on Friday night. Hopefully this is something the select board can discuss during the new business portion at the end of this meeting. I'm new to these meetings, so I'm not sure. Additionally, we ask that the town officials consider this when they speak to the state on Monday the 16th and hopefully overturn the ban in time for our games on September 26th and October 18th. We're proud of our boys for fighting for their cause in a respectful and democratic manner as they continue their quest to bring back Friday Night Lights. And it looks like the video is up, and then I think one other parent would like to speak.
Okay,
Thank you.
we usually allow 3 minutes.
Oh,
And-
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, don't be sorry. So you went on 6, but I know you were getting near the end.
Yeah,
So just keep that in mind as we go forward.
I will.
That's
I'm
all.
new to this. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm Colin Reynolds from Plymouth North High School, and we're here to talk about the ban on Friday Night Lights.
My name is TJ Cohen from Plymouth North High School, and we understand the last positive test was on August 13th, and there hasn't been one since, and we also sprayed on August 23rd.
I'm Kevin Marrera from Plymouth North High School, and Middleborough has the same high risk as us, but they have decided to keep Friday Night Lights. My name is Wade Ruska from Plymouth North. With support of our coaches and 500 students from our school, they have signed to keep Friday nights lights back in Plymouth.
I'm Nick Reardon from Plymouth North High School. The entire town of Plymouth has not shut down from the hours of 7 to 9, and we do not think Friday night lights should shut down either.
On behalf of the 500 people who signed the petition, please let us keep Friday night lights.
And just like that, you're movie stars.
I'll be short and sweet. I don't have nearly as much information as Susan. I'm Erica Ruska, 10 Overlook Terrace. I understand that this is a difficult decision to make, and most likely not all parties will be content with the outcome. When the decision was made to ban all outside town activities, spraying had not occurred. The risk was elevated. The one person who contracted EEE contracted it prior to spraying. Since the week of August 26, when spraying has occurred, Plymouth remains at an elevated risk, not critical when it is advised to cease outdoor activities per the Mass Department of Public Health recommendations. The town of Plymouth has done a great job of decreasing the risk of contracting EEE by spraying and educating citizens on ways to decrease the overall risk. However, there is always risk in life. Our football players take a risk with every practice and game for injury and, yes, even death. Instead of not playing, they take the appropriate measures to decrease the risk. In my opinion, that is what has occurred here. We've effectively decreased the risk of contracting EEE, and now it is up for us to minimize the risk. As football players don helmets to decrease the risk of concussions, we can choose to wear long sleeves and apply bug spray with DEET. Friday Night Lights is not just for football. It is for band, cheer, dance, and school community. The way it is scheduled now, most students cannot attend to cheer on their peers due to their own sport commitments. Coaches are challenged to leave their primary jobs in order to coach the boys that they have worked so hard with. Also, most parents who have invested time and money to all of the above stated activities cannot get to these early times, as most are working. As students and families are finally adjusting to school community life, it is being altered again after COVID, which was devastatingly socially and educationally. Unfortunately, both of these decisions were made with little to no community input and were extreme in measure, in my opinion. I only hope that after immediately making a mandate, this decision can be looked at again from a different perspective. Taking into consideration that we have significantly reduced our risk, more parties are more impacted than most likely initially thought of.
Thank you.
So I know the Select Board can't speak to public comment, but I was just wondering if Mr. Brindisi could.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide an update. So as I mentioned last week, we had already had a conference call with state officials and had already set up a time to reconvene on September 16th. That was going to give us a couple of weeks to continue to monitor mosquito activity in hopes that we'd see a decrease in adult mosquito activity across the community. We'd also be monitoring for any potential human cases or animal cases during that period of time. And I have to say, I personally had a conversation with the state epidemiologist last Friday, and we had a great conversation, a conversation that I felt extremely optimistic that by September 16th, we would be able to move in a moderate position. I'm not as optimistic as I was last week, given the most recent announcements at the state level. So you may have heard in the news today that the state announced a fourth human case of EEE. That was announced today. In addition to that, and that was in Middlesex County. In addition to that, they notified our Director of Public Health, Karen Keene, today that they have also found additional mosquito pools testing positive in the town of Plymouth for EEE. So my optimism a week ago is that I was hoping that if you look historically at EEE cases, only 2 up until this year ever tested positive in the month of September. And so you would hope to see a decrease in the month of September. And then with the cooler weathers, we would hope to have seen decreased mosquito activity out in the community. Those 2 situations haven't taken place. In fact, we're seeing the opposite. We continue to see human cases take place. We continue to see adult mosquitoes testing positive for Triple E. So we'll continue to have those discussions with the state. We will certainly want the data and the science to drive our decision-making. But you can do a quick CDC search and realize that 30% of cases of Triple E end in death. And those cases that don't end in death end in severe neurological problems for life. So I understand where the parents are coming from, and certainly the students. As I mentioned last year, my son was a victim of the pandemic as well, and he lost his senior season of football. So as a former high school football coach myself, I get where you guys are coming from, and I will do everything I can to get you to a place that you want to be. But right now, the science isn't giving us that. And so we will continue to communicate with the school department and our health officials, both at the state and local level, to hopefully bring better news in the future.
I did see that there was a positive sample. It was just released today because I update that all the time, that there was one positive sample found in Plymouth on September 5th. I think since then, September 8th, temperatures went down below 50. I think tonight's supposed to be below 50. I think a lot of their confusion and frustration comes from the fact that they see other towns, like the Middlesex County towns, that are also assigned high risk. They check their schedules. Their games are still happening at night. It's not a unified mandate. Not that I'm saying those towns should have to cancel their games as well, but I guess that's where the frustration comes from. And we know how, and they know how serious and terrible the disease is. They have the utmost sympathy and concern for the people who are suffering from it, but also, again, as Erica was just speaking to, the extreme rarity and just the desire to balance risk-reward. So I guess that's where we stand.
And that's the confusion. And again, that was a conversation I had with the state epidemiologist, Dr. Katie Brown, that when you look at the state's matrix, when they identify critical versus high risk versus moderate communities, you read that in the critical, once you get to critical, it's triggered by a human case, right? And we have a human case. We know that. I said that last week. And the question is, so why didn't we go to critical? And I asked that question when I spoke to Dr. Brown last week. And she said, when you, again, looking at the trends, we were right on the cusp of moving into September when this human case was identified. Although it was the end of August, they were looking at the risk. If you look historically at trends, Massachusetts, we've only had 2 human cases in all of the cases in history were in the month of September. So, they didn't move it because they would have assumed that we would have seen less risk in the month of September because we were headed in that direction. But clearly, what we have found is that we continue to see human cases in September, which is, again, against the trend, against those patterns, and we continue to find mosquitoes testing positive. So, again, we will have those conversations with state officials. I hope that things do, trend in a more positive direction and that we can lift those restrictions. That is my hope, and we want to get you there.
Yeah, and I think also adding the spraying of the stadium and other precautions makes a huge difference as well. So we'll look forward to the update on September 16th.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want you to know that we do hear your concern, and we have the responsibilities of the warnings and the risks, but in the same breath, any spraying we can do, Derek, to help out in the situation. I'm sure we're all in full support of that. So, all right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Costello and Mr. Bolton and members for...
Oh, no problem at all. I apologize if I got in the way. We could have done it sooner.
No, you're not in the way. 23, right?
I'm going to start right here at 23.
Okay.
Okay, 23 speaks to Chapter 4, which is elections. There were a couple of changes in here. I'll go over them really quickly. Presently, in our existing charter, the town clerk dictates the order of how the candidates appear on a ballot through a lottery system. The announcement for that in the charter specifies it has to be through a publication. As we all know, sort of the publications are still around but have been reduced, and there's other platforms. So what we did there is hope to give the town clerk the ability to use whatever platform she likes, or not she per se, but whoever the town clerk is at the time, to set that lottery date and time and go from there. No other changes on information for voters. Nonpartisan elections, no changes. There were no substantive changes for time of taking an office. There was a recommendation to eliminate the section on nomination for representative town meeting members. And the rationale for deleting that section is it's covered by state statute. And again, going through the theme of this, we tried to remove anything that was redundant and it didn't need to show up. The present section of the charter is called referenda, no substantial changes. Now we get into the recall of town-wide elected office holders. We did make some changes here. We reduced the number of initial signatures that are needed to get a recall ballot started. However, we did not reduce the number of overall signatures required. The biggest item we changed in that section is we reduced, presently the vote, the quantum of vote has to be, 20% of the electorate has to come out to initiate a recall. That's a very high bar. It was the thought of the committee to remove that completely and just have simple majority. Whoever wins that election, however many people come out, that will dictate if the recall goes through. And then the other provision that we changed, existing 180 days into someone's term or 180 days prior to wrapping up their term, presently you can't, there's no recall provision. So we dropped those two restrictions. So technically a recall could happen at almost any time. And then the last section is the recall of representative town meetings. Basically mirrors the same exact criteria I just said. However, the numbers are in half. Instead of 250 initial signatures, you need 125. It's not a town-wide elected position, town meeting, but it does have the same parameters. So that, in a nutshell, is Article 23. If there are any questions?
Mr. Canty?
So now that my question about this is on topic, I'll rephrase it or restart it.
Okay.
So page 21, 5-7-4. So I like that you've gotten rid of some of the more onerous requirements. I think it should be not impossible to recall a town elected official as it functionally is under the current charter. It also shouldn't be so easy that every day that they make a decision, they have a sort of Damocles hanging over their head. But I noticed there's this still on 5-7-4, the recall petition shall bear the signatures and residential addresses of at least 15% of the registered voters as of the date of the most recent annual town election. That has to be passed in within 30 days after the lead petitioner's petition is put in. So that's 15% is still like basically an entire election, town election's worth of people. Is that set by state statute that it has to be 15? Could it have been lower than that? Again, I'm not suggesting it be real low, but basically having an entire election's worth of signatures does seem a little high within 30 days.
I know we discussed it. I don't know why we left it intact. I don't know if anyone else in the committee remembers that. Mr. Bolton remembers the reasoning.
The discussion on this was also significant, and we went back and forth quite a bit. The general parameters were, as Mr. Canty suggested, it shouldn't be impossible to do this, but it should be a very high bar. There was debate within the committee as to how high that bar should be. Ultimately, the determination was made based upon the committee members and their suggestions that we did not believe town meeting would have the appetite to significantly lower that particular provision. Again, it's worth noting that, as we know, this goes before town meeting. This is town meeting's province. That we are merely making recommendations that town meeting follow. And of the 11 committee members, between committee members and alternates, 9 of them had served or were serving as town meeting members. So we considered that to be a pretty good barometer of how town meeting would react based upon the cross-section of representatives of town meeting who were serving on our committee. And ultimately, the determination was made within the committee that they did not believe there would be sufficient interest in town meeting to lower that number, and so we did not recommend it.
Thank you.
Any more
Thank you,
discussion?
Steve.
More questions on 23? Wish of the board?
I would make a motion that we include Article 23, Charter Amendments, Chapter 4, on the town meeting warrant and recommend that town meeting vote in favor.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous. Article 24.
Good evening. As I was introduced earlier, my name is Len Levin. I'm the clerk of the Charter Review Committee, and I'm here to talk about Article 24, which is town administration. And I'm going to go through it page by page and just talk briefly about some of the things, because this is a section that we didn't make too many changes to, but you'll see later on we struck some departments. So on page 23, section 342, we took out some language that talked about the experience a person had to have be considered a town manager. And our thinking about that was, while that's important that somebody have some municipal experience, it does limit you. If you had somebody who came in, it was a very strong candidate, and didn't have this kind of experience, then they would be excluded by the charter. But we continue to strike out, saying that they could establish deemed necessary and appropriate. So we took that out. If you go to page 22, sorry, I turned the wrong way. My bad. I always get confused by this. So there's really not much under powers and duties. We essentially we just moved some stuff from some other sections, but under general powers and duties on page 25, we just, if you read that, it's basically giving the town manager basically the ability to recommend reorganizing the departments. We took that out because we wanted to make sure that that wasn't something they could do on their own, that they had to have some approval to do that stuff. So let's skip to the good meat of this section. On page 28, you'll notice that we removed the Department of Finance. On 29, we removed the Planning and Development Department. And on 30, we removed the Department of Public Works. And we removed that to be consistent with, we wanted this not to be an operational document. I mean, if you read something here under the Departments of Public Works, it says they'll remove snow and ice. And we're not sure that that belongs in the charter. And we're not deleting these departments. It kind of piggybacks on this, the paragraph under the school committee. We're not deleting this. We we just believe that this did not belong in the charter. Because if something changes here, or you wanted to add something, or, you know, this was left up to setting the administration of the town. So that's basically what Article 24 is. So any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yeah, I have a question. The town manager, he can't move department heads around, he can't make changes. Is that what I heard right? That doesn't,
Well, no, it's not that he can't move them around.
no, he can't make changes, is what you said. He can't.
No, I'm not sure how do you, well, Steve seems to think there's a better answer than I may be able to give you. Go ahead.
Under our existing charter, the town manager, with the approval of this board, may consolidate, create, or eliminate any department. We have not eliminated that. We have not changed that in any fashion. That remains part of the proposed revisions to the charter. The reason that we eliminated or are recommending the elimination from the charter of the references to specific departments is that they are in conflict with that particular statement. For example, if you have a DPW, but the town manager, with the select board's permission, ultimately decides, no, we should actually create 2 or 3 different facilities departments, that would be a conflict, because our charter would say that you have the right to do that, but our charter also says there has to be a DPW. That is a conflict. We try to eliminate those conflicts. So the way to eliminate those conflicts was to, again, take out references to departments that can be included in bylaws or in this particular body's regulations for the town. So that was the reasoning behind that. But no, we did not make any changes to the town's authority with respect to its ability to reorganize, create, or eliminate departments.
And the next thing, is there a grandfather clause for the town manager? That's a joke.
Okay.
So basically, you're cleaning up language that's conflicted. That's
Yeah, I mean, it's, when we read through this, it's, again, I use the analogy that I've described it to people. When I first came on this committee and actually read the charter in earnest, when I was reading it, I felt like I was watching a TV series that started out at season 1, episode 1, and then it jumped to season 5, episode 3, and then it came back. And so what we've done is basically try to make the flow of the document and have all the information that pertains to the administration of the town in one chapter. So that's Article 24. Is there any other questions?
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Canty?
I have a couple of questions. I want to start from some of the, in some of the later sections. So I simply want to be perfectly clear that the deletion of these several departments and positions doesn't result in their ceasing to exist, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I also want to ask about the provision from 3-4-2, which required that the town manager shall have had at least 5 years of full-time paid experience as a city or town manager, assistant city or town manager, town administrator, or assistant town administrator, or the equivalent level of experience. I want to make sure that folks at home understand that this was done for greater flexibility from the town to be able to hire the best candidate for the job. So I'm going to ask some slightly tongue-in-cheek questions to demonstrate my point. Is it true that under this provision, a longtime member of the select board couldn't be the town manager? If you want Steve to come up.
No. I think they could.
You think they could?
I think the language, well, let me, hang on.
The present charter.
Oh, the present charter.
No, the present charter.
I couldn't. I've looked at this so many times, I couldn't tell you what the present charter says. Sorry.
Can you come up, Steve?
Yes, Steve, I'm sorry.
So under the present charter, could a longtime select board member be elevated to the town manager's position?
Absent years of experience somewhere else as a town administrator, manager, et cetera, no.
Excellent. Stay there, Steve. Whether or not people would have wanted that, I think it's important that people know. How about a state rep? A longtime state rep for our district?
Absent that experience, no.
How about a state senator?
Absent that experience, no.
How about the governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
I know the current governor does not have that experience, so no.
How about our representative in Congress, our senator in Congress, or the President of the United States?
None of whom have that experience, so no.
Yes. So these are people with some significant credentials who could bring some excellent power to the town of Plymouth in the far-off future when our excellent and esteemed town manager has decided to retire. So I think it's important to note that we're making this recommended change so that we can have the best candidate, not to prohibit us from having this best candidate.
That was the basis for the recommendation.
Thank you.
That was tongue-in-cheek. You set me up on that one. So do we have any other questions about Article 24?
Mr. Canty?
So could you articulate why not having some type of minimal time in a similar position would be an improvement?
It's not that it's an improvement, it's the word here, to my mind, it's a restriction. Because what you're saying is, we're not saying could not be a requirement, but that's for the people that are hiring him to decide. It's not for the charter to decide. So what we're doing is what, in the line of question that Dave had, we're basically opening the field up to anybody who comes to apply. And it's up to you guys to decide their credentials and whether or not their credentials are adequate to do the job.
But taking one of Mr. Golden's more grounded questions as a potential example for the future, again, long after this board and this town manager have departed, and for some reason we're still in this form of government, despite all indication that we should by then have moved on, but that's a discussion for another charter entity at another time. But let's say it only takes 4 members of the select board to appoint a town manager. And let's say they served with a former colleague that they really like, and that person can't get elected anymore for one reason or another, so they decide, let's make them the town manager because you're eliminating these restrictions. They could do that, a future select board, by eliminating this, right?
Well, I'm not sure having those words in there would stop that. I mean, the word I think about that would describe that event is, maybe it's the wrong word, but the word comes to mind, that's malfeasance. I mean, basically, having language in the charter to stop that is not going to stop that. Having this here is not going to, they could just ignore this language and still appoint that person or hire that person.
Well, I mean, if we're going to assume that the charter is just going to be ignored whole cloth, why even have the thing? But my concern is right now, a member of the select board, in order to be a former member of the select board, in order to be appointed town manager, would also have to have 5 years of equivalent full-time experience as a city or town manager, assistant city or town manager, town administrator, assistant, et cetera, right? If you eliminate that, and you're saying it's up to the people appointing them to determine what experience is relevant, and they decided they wanted to appoint a former long-term select board member, but not someone that has this level of professional education training and job experience in a paid position, not counting the $4,000 or $4,500 we're getting a year. Those 4 members of a future select board could do that, right?
Yeah, but, sorry.
Well, that seems a little problematic, no?
Well, yeah, but Kevin, this language is not going to stop that. It's not going to stop somebody from doing that. So whether it's there or not is not going to, you're talking about a very specific situation where basically, in my opinion, the charter's not going to prohibit that from happening, whether the words were in there or not.
But I'll use myself as an example.
Can we just be the last example?
You can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
So if, let's say a future board really liked working with me, but I'm a lawyer. I don't have experience in this. I have education, training, and experience, but I don't have Mr. Brindisi or Mr. Janau's experience or training or time and rank, right? And they decided they'd like to give this job to me. All I would need is 4 friends on the board to give myself that job, right? Is it the best thing for Plymouth to have the option to hire me, a criminal defense attorney by trade, as the town manager of this community?
No.
So
I mean, are you?
You asked.
I did. And I knew the answer.
What? No, I'm not being. I am articulate. Yeah, I mean, you keep asking the same question over and over again. You haven't changed the question. You're asking the charter to do something to.
But right now, Len, I can't be hired under the charter.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
I don't have 5 years of
How?
experience. How could I be hired?
Well, it says equivalent level of experience. What does that mean?
I don't think it means 10 years in criminal defense.
Well, what does it mean? You're saying what it doesn't mean. I'm asking you to tell me what it does mean.
I think it means what it says, which is I have to have been an assistant or full town manager or an equivalent in another community.
Steve wants to talk because you guys lawyers can talk.
Here we go.
One of the genesis of this was the most recent town manager search, and I served on that committee. And curiously, we had one of the candidates who came to us was a candidate who had served as the head of the City of Boston Department of Conservation and Recreation. That was somebody who had handled budgets 10 times ours, 5 times the number of employees on a regular basis, great deal of experience, et cetera, who technically we had to make a determination, does that constitute an equivalent level of experience? We didn't know the answer to that. We basically felt that the provision itself was, to some degree, overly restrictive when you take out the or equivalent level of experience language, and alternatively, overly broad, including that language. We did not believe it was our province to turn around and make a determination as to what the credentials should be for our town manager, especially in our town charter. Again, as Mr. Canty has repeatedly stated this evening to some others, it would be a great idea to have that as a bylaw if that's what we wanted, or even as a regulation of this board, to basically say, we as a board are saying, we are going to require at least these parameters right now, subject to our agreement to change those parameters. But to put them in a charter, we felt was overly limiting without sufficiently clear definition. And those were 2 things we tried to avoid. A, lacking flexibility, and B, including language which was subject to either complete or total lack of clarity, such that all it could lead to was argument rather than leading to a greater understanding.
Thank you.
So, Len, we're talking about 342?
That's what Kevin was talking about.
Yeah, so the board routinely gets emails from Mr. Brindisi saying, I am going to hire Jane or John Doe per the charter. I have to notify you, and because this is a department head, we have veto power over the hiring and firing of department heads, I believe, has to be a supermajority to undo any decision within 14 days, I believe. So the charter triggers those notifications from the CEO, the town manager. The fact that that's in there, my experience has been, over the years, has been a multitude of individuals would always say, it's in we can't do A because it's in the charter. And I can cite numerous examples from other communities where former state reps or former elected officials who I wouldn't leave alone in a room financially with a bag of day-old donuts are being put in charge of communities that they have no business getting those jobs. So I would feel comfortable with I would feel more comfortable with that language being left in there. And I can go into specifics, but I'm not going to.
No, John.
And Steve, just for the record, I know you're involved in that last town manager search. Mr. Quintal, 15 years ago, and I don't know where the time goes, left me in charge of the last one back in '09 at the preliminary beginning. And we took 37 resumes down to 11. We took 11 down to 7. One individual was hired by another community. We interviewed 6. And the final 3 had a combined 50 years of town or city management in some very complex city or town environments on the eastern seaboard. So that process can work, and but I feel if that's removed, we'd be, this board will change in a few years. This government potentially could change, and I'd rather not leave an opening for any political hack to get their foot in the door.
I don't disagree with you. I'll make one other comment, is that I understand why we would not want that language in there. I understand why we would, and your comment. Having been in industry, the one thing that's not stated in those requirements is about the person, and you can't codify that. So you have to use your instincts and your best judgment. I can tell you, I watched when you were appointing the last, and we sat there and watched for the candidates that you had up at the select board, and it was obvious to me long before it was decided who was going to get the job. And I didn't know anybody, I didn't know anything about any of those people, but it was obvious to me. So I'll leave it at that. So that's it on Article 24. Let's move along. Sorry.
That's okay. Any other questions on 24? Okay, then. Wish of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to include Article 24 on the warrant and recommend approval to town meeting.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Golden, second by Mr. Bledsoe. Discussion? Mr. Canty?
So I personally, although I do believe that the general elimination of a lot of the HR provision components of the current charter is a benefit, I think the potential issue here with removing these requirements may be something that detailed equivalent level of experience better would have been a better compromise than what is here, but just striking that language and leaving it that 4 members of a select board in the future could appoint just somebody they felt was a good fit, regardless of their other criteria, with no backstop to prevent that, because even a bylaw could be changed pretty quick. I think this is one of the things that probably should be in the charter. This is a very complicated community. Derek is not the town manager of really one community. He's like the town manager of like 6 different communities that are all stitched together, having to live together in the same place. He's got to deal with an urban area, suburban area, rural areas, and a lot of stuff in between. Planned communities, sprawled communities, individual houses. It's pretty complicated. And I think that's part of the reason why the town manager makes more than the governor of the Commonwealth, because it's pretty complicated. But do I think that, the problem with the nepotism thing is, if it were me or another former member of the select board, I could have served with those people. I could have a friendship with them, and I could have helped them get elected. And all of a sudden, they're going to be in a position where they could give me this job at the end of the rainbow. I'm not saying that was the intention of the Charter Review Committee. I don't believe it was. But I think you don't make a charter for people like George Washington only. You also make them for people like Donald Trump, who are just going to do whatever they're going to do, regardless of what the rules say, because they think it's in the best interest of themselves. I'll say that. And I personally am uncomfortable not having this type of a backstop in there, just to make sure that type of nepotism at the top level of this very complicated organization doesn't set in at any point. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote no on this particular aspect of the charter, but I do appreciate the work that the committee has done on the remainder of this section.
Mr. Bulletin? We all talk so much, I forget what we're really talking about, so if you just touch on it.
If I just may make a suggestion, and I understand Mr. Canty's point, and that's fine. If I may make a suggestion that instead of voting no on the entire provision, that you can vote yes with a recommendation to change a particular aspect of that, so that town meeting and those who understand exactly what your reservations are, rather than the entirety of the provision.
Are you suggesting that I make a motion to amend to excise the objectionable paragraph?
I would, again,
Yes.
suggest that you are recommending to town meeting that they do that. Yes.
So, well, our recommendation is whether it gets included on the warrant as well.
Well, you can include on the warrant, and then at the same time move to approve, to recommend subject to.
I would make a motion to amend.
Oh, do we have to withdraw your motion?
No, I can amend the main motion.
It's 242.
I would make a motion to amend to excise the edits to 342 and restoring the struck-out text to be incorporated text again, leaving it unchanged, that particular provision in this section of the chart.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion. So we're really debating on putting the word experience somehow back into the equation. That's what
To
this
section
boils down
342,
to.
yes.
Yeah,
It's an interesting word, because I've, once again, been here a long time, I think 20 years, and that word did not always help us. Probably I'm going to guess and say 5 town managers without counting them. There was at least 2 that had the experience that we sent packing nicely. So I'll go along for the ride, but that word to me, I agree with you in those instances. So, Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be fine including this on the warrant as recommended by the Charter Review Committee, but I'd be interested to hear from my other colleagues if they would vote in favor as proposed, or if they need this language to remain included.
Mr. Canty?
I need this language to remain unchanged in order to vote for this section to be included on the warrant and recommend it to town meeting.
Mr. Mahoney?
I also.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Fine.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Bledsoe?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
So Steve's going to come up and do Article 26 about, oh, I'm sorry, my mistake, thank you, Steve. Article 25 on Chapter 6, and I'll be back.
This one.
The what?
This one's big for me. You see?
Article 25 of the reordered charter addresses Chapter 6, which is town bodies required by statute. There are 3 of them in our current charter. Those are the Advisory and Finance Committee, the Conservation Commission, and the ZBA. No changes are recommended to Conservation Commission or to the ZBA. We are making a recommended change with respect to the Advisory and Finance Committee, and I know Mr. Canty has a lengthy diatribe and cross-examination of me that he wishes to take on, so I will get right to it. The process for appointment of the Advisory and Finance Committee is recommended to be changed to alter the manner which members are appointed from being privately appointed by the town moderator to being publicly appointed by a 5-person standing committee consisting of the town moderator and 1 member each of the Select Board, Planning Board, School Committee, and Committee of Precinct Chairs. This is not being recommended based upon any prior issuance of malfeasance, arguments of something improper, etc. This is done based upon concerns that were expressed to the Charter Review Committee. Those expressions were as follows. First, there is no transparency in the process. Right now, the process is done in complete secrecy. Openings due to somebody dropping out or their term expiring are not advertised anywhere in the town. There is no indication anywhere on the town website as to how to apply to be on our FinCom. The public is never informed as to who has actually applied for the position. In fact, multiple members of the review committee were contacted by members of the public and informed that their applications had never either been responded to or had been responded to, and that they had waited for years and never been appointed, and they had no idea why. We note that this is the only committee in town which is appointed by a sole person in secret, even though there are other committees who have authority to bind this town legally, such as the ZBA, the Conservation Commission, and the Historic District Commission. As important as those groups are, they are still appointed by multiple bodies in public process. As a committee, our concern was that we could not say that our goal was to reach transparency and then still say, but we are going to agree to continue a secret proceeding. We also addressed an issue, we discussed the issue of conflicts. This is the only committee in the entirety of the town appointed by a single individual. No provision is made in our charter, our bylaws, or elsewhere addressing what would happen in the event that the moderator had a conflict with the person who was with an applicant. There are many instances we can give. Again, our current moderator is an attorney. What if there was an applicant applying who was suing one of the moderator's clients? How do we address that? A clear conflict, one that the town would never knew existed, and that we have no idea as to how it would be addressed if it were. There is no provision that would allow for the assistant town moderator to do this, or whether or not that would create a conflict, because again, we don't have a public process. So again, I want to stress, we have no indication that there's been a problem, that any of these things have occurred in the past. The review committee was tasked with addressing this on an institutional level. As Mr. Canty just said, not looking at George Washington sitting in that position, but somebody far more devious or self-serving. So we looked at this issue and we came to a general consensus. The reason we chose the 5 members for this appointment committee was because they are all members of an elected town body. Now, the comment that we heard back from the FinCom, one of the comments that we heard back, we heard several, but one of the comments we heard back was, well, all of those bodies appear before the FinCom, so there would be an inherent conflict in their appointing someone to the FinCom. Again, that doesn't address whether or not there would be a conflict in the moderator's appointment, because we don't know. But it also negates the fact that the people who are put on this appointments committee are elected town officials. While the Finance and Advisory Committee may not feel comfortable because they have to respond to these elected town officials, they are elected town officials. They answer to the residents. And in a public process, they would be answerable to the residents, who could turn around and say, you appointed somebody I don't believe was qualified. I'm going to hold that against you at the ballot the next time you come up. It is, again, not a system that we're saying is inherently bad, but a system that is unequivocally not transparent and not subject to checks and balances. We worked long and hard. This was probably the second longest discussion that we had as a review committee. We looked long and hard to come up with a balance here where we tried to say, okay, we're not taking away the moderator's authority to do this. We're making sure that, in fact, we're saying the moderator needs to be the chair of this committee, in part because the moderator's experience now and anticipate in the future, and the relationship to town meeting and the understanding as to what goes on with the Advisory and Finance Committee. But at the same time, we wanted to make sure that elected representatives answerable to the people in a manner that would prevent conflicts and in a public forum would be allowing this to occur, so that this committee is appointed in the same manner as all of the other committees in town in an open public process where everyone who applies gets a hearing, and so that the residents can understand who is applying and who is not, who is being selected and who is not. So again, I know that there is a lot of debate back and forth that has been put to our committee on this, and people again seem to think that this is somehow directed at an individual. It is not. They think that it is an effort to take over the FinCom. It is not. No member of this Charter Review Committee had a concern with respect to who is on our FinCom beyond the fact that we simply want the best people to apply for the position and to be appointed in a public process. The other change that we are recommending with respect to FinCom is a minor one. It was one that we felt was appropriate to fairness. Right now, the way our charter reads, in the event that the FinCom does not issue a report on an article, a 2/3 majority of town meeting is required in order to hear that article nonetheless. We agreed that that should be the case if the reason that FinCom does not issue a report on an article has something to do with the proponent of the article. They don't provide information, they don't appear. FinCom has every right to say we are not issuing a report because of this. But in the event that the proponent does come, does provide all the information, and for some reason, whatever reason that may be, FinCom does not issue a report, we merely did not want to put the onus on the proponent, but rather on FinCom, and say that town meeting could elect not to hear that article, but they had to affirmatively vote 2/3 not to hear an article that was properly advanced by a proponent. Again, one of the things that our concern was that we did not want to quash a citizen's petition, someone who is working very hard and comes forward and follows all of the rules, and yet for some inexplicable reason is unable to have their article heard. And again, it's not something that we have heard has ever occurred. We merely looked at it as a prospective issue that could arise, and we made our efforts to just try and address that. With that, I am open to questions. Thank you.
Mr. Blitzer and Mr. Canty?
I'd like to, does anybody have questions? Because I'd rather get the discussion, because I want to make a few comments.
Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I have a few questions. So in regards to, let's start where we ended there. So in regards to 2-12-2, Section B, when I was formerly the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, I had to schedule article hearings. Sometimes it was like herding cats to get people to appear at the podium at the time that worked out and balanced the schedule so we didn't have 30 articles one week and 2 the next week. And the only way that I could get some people there and get them to get their materials to my folks in enough time for them to review it, digest it, and be able to issue a report on it was to say, if you don't show up, then you're going to basically not be able to be heard by town meeting. Like, I would be reasonable, like, you know, if you're on vacation or something, sure, I'll make an accommodation. But some people would just not respond to emails. They wouldn't respond to phone calls. Nothing. Myself and Jeanette would reach out to them, and I'd never hear back from these people. So the teeth, I understand, you know, if they don't show up, then that teeth is still there. But just to make sure that the future chairs, current and future chairs of the Advisory and Finance Committee aren't going to be backsliding into a situation that I found myself in before we started enforcing this more, what are some scenarios that would not be due to the fault of the proponent? For example, like, what if they wanted to appear via Zoom, but Zoom was down? Would that count as them not showing up, or would that count as them having failed to appear but not due to their own fault?
I would say that that, again, constitutes a discretionary determination by the chair of the FinCom. If the FinCom is going to issue a statement saying we are not issuing a report due to the non-appearance, that would be due to the fault. Again, somebody, if someone wishes to attend virtually and cannot arrange to do that properly, I would say that would be due to their fault.
Well, like last week at our meeting, Zoom was just down. It wasn't anybody's fault that wanted to appear on Zoom. Zoom was just down.
And under the circumstances, I can't imagine that you couldn't make an alternative arrangement at a future time for somebody to be there to address that. If you couldn't attend, but if you would agree that someone should be attending by Zoom, and again, that is absolutely the discretion of the chair. That hasn't changed. The chair can decide whether you need to be there in person or on Zoom, whether you need to submit material or you just merely need to submit materials. That's still the discretion of the chair. If the chair says, I'm going to do this, and you can't do it, the chair needs to say, we need to reschedule. And if you can't reschedule, then that is your fault. That is the fault of the proponent.
Okay. So this fault of the proponent provision is more intended that if they did appear and FinCom just didn't issue that report, it wouldn't, like basically they couldn't do like a pocket veto of just not issuing a report and recommendation on your article, and now you need a 2/3 vote. That was
That is the intent behind it.
Okay.
Whether that was an intentional pocket veto or merely a we didn't
Oversight.
get around to it or an
Sure.
oversight. Again, we did not want to punish someone who followed the rules simply because again, as an exercise of fairness.
Okay. So let's go to the more meaty provision, the appointment of the FinCom and this appointments committee that you'd like to create. So I understand the current system isn't perfect. I went through that system myself. I served on the FinCom for 9 years and saw people come into that system, many of whom were very qualified and good at it and were informed of what was going to go on, and some of which didn't seem to have been informed that much about what the job was and the requirements, the time commitment, stuff like that. Some of those people rose to the occasion. Some of them would make a quick exit stage left. I think the record was 24 hours that somebody stuck around. Most people would stick around for a little bit longer than that. But I just don't see this as an improvement because I think the current system is not perfect, but it is working. We have a FinCom that for a number of years has produced reports reliably. I think the report and recommendations book of town meeting is essentially the first draft of town meeting. If you get an affirmative vote of the FinCom, you've got between a 90 and 95% chance of getting that thing passed at town meeting. I think town meeting is very trusting of the FinCom, and for good reason because of the quality of their work over the years. And I'm not tooting my own horn. It was high functioning when I joined the committee 9 years ago under John Moody. And it continued to work well under the chairmanship of Harry Salerno as well. But I do have a problem with the fact that you'd be having it that the select board, the planning board, committee of precinct chairs, and the school committee, all of which you have significant business, who ran on agenda items that they want to get accomplished in the legislative session, that they would have the ability to put people on or take people off this committee. I think that could have a chilling effect on the vote of those members in recommending certain things, that they know they're up, that this is their appointment year as opposed to their election year. The benefit of the FinCom right now being appointed by the moderator is primarily that other than his own stipend, his or her own stipend, and these charter provisions that keep coming up, that there's no other business that the moderator has before town meeting. They don't have projects. They don't have budgets. They don't have buildings they want to see done. So how do you overcome that with this? Because I don't see a way that you can, but I'm curious, how do you overcome the fact that these people could, that's the person that voted against 46 Sandwich Road when it was before us. I'm not going to appoint that person back to this. So that's the person that wouldn't let the new school that I wanted to be built. I'm not going to appoint them again. How do you overcome that, Steve?
The first way we overcome it is by the fact that it's a five-member committee. So, yes, one person can have a grudge. I think that the fact that one person has a grudge would be self-evident, and I think the other four members would probably react the way any self-respecting elected official would react and say, that's not acceptable to me. If you've got a problem with someone's performance, that's their performance, we'll address it. But the fact that someone has voted against something that you advanced does not mean that you will automatically remove them. At the same time, you have said the moderator does not have a conflict. But again, under our current system, we have no way of knowing that. Now again, I am not, and I keep having to repeat this, and I apologize, but I am not saying that our current moderator has had a conflict or have any information to that extent. I am not making that suggestion in any way, shape, or form. Again, I am looking at this as a systemic issue. We have no way of knowing whether or not a moderator, I don't want to say the moderator, any moderator, a moderator has a conflict, because we don't know who has come up as to whether or not they have been conflicted with someone. Whether or not, I don't know, you could have a moderator who is there who is literally being sued by a neighbor who applies for the position. Now, the correct thing to do under that circumstance is to recuse yourself. We don't know whether or not that situation would ever occur, because under our charter, we have no way of knowing. Now, I will stress, going back to when, if you look at the Massachusetts general laws, this shouldn't even be in our charter. Massachusetts general laws, chapter 39, section 16, states unequivocally that the appointment for an advisory and finance committee, it's actually a long list of how it could be described, for that committee shall be set forth in a town's bylaws. The reason, again, being it should be subject to modification as a result of the need to make changes depending on what is going on with respect to a finance committee. If, for example, you are having a very difficult time getting members, you may wish to make modifications to the process. If you are not getting the quality of members, you may wish to make modifications to the process. We do have a bylaw with respect to our Advisory and Finance Committee. It's from 1978. It's so out of date that it actually conflicts with the charter and with itself. It states that there shall be one member per precinct. Our charter says no more than 3 members per precinct. It also states that there shall be 15 members. But if you have 1 member per precinct, that would be an 18-member Advisory and Finance Committee. So again, we start getting to one of the reasons that some of these things should not be in our charter, but should be in our bylaws. What we are proposing here is the appointing authority, but not how that authority goes about doing that appointment process. That should be and will be addressed in the update of our bylaws, which will have to be done regardless as to what happens with respect to this particular charter, given that it is so outdated. I do understand the issue that you raised, Mr. Canty. I do, and the committee understood it. We talked about it at length. The phrase that kept coming up is we kept saying, all right, do we agree that it shouldn't just be one person? Yes. Do we agree that it shouldn't be done in secret? Yes. Okay, who else should we have do this? And no one could come up with a different answer. We looked for what you may have to go back to law school to remember for the bar exam, picking the best wrong answer, if you will. Mm-hmm. Because we considered that the alternative answer, being leaving things alone, was not acceptable. Now, I imagine that we could have also worked on something to craft something differently that would have been quite lengthy in saying, well, the moderator can do it, but it has to be done this particular way under these set of processes, which would again be violating our general practice, which is saying this is how someone should be doing it, but the bylaws should be telling them how. And then coming up with the series of alternatives in the event of conflicts. And that also didn't seem like being that didn't seem like a feasible answer to us either. So we took, again, we're making a recommendation. I understand that town meeting may not like it, you may not like it, and it is up to town meeting to decide. We collectively put our heads together and came up with something that we think would work better as consistent with our goals of being as flexible as possible, as transparent as possible, and promoting the best government as possible. That's what we worked on. If someone has a better answer, we were more than happy to hear it. Nobody came forward, and this was not something that was addressed in one meeting. This took multiple meetings to go through. We put it on the table, we tabled it, we reworked it, we tabled it again. We had a side committee work on it, and then we finally addressed it.
Didn't the Advisory and Finance Committee propose an alternative solution at their meeting?
Mr. Neerman did come in, and he suggested in essence that he be the individual who appoints everyone.
I don't mean that. I mean, when the Advisory and Finance Committee heard this article,
they proposed an alternative language which merely said that the moderator would appoint someone in a public process.
Mm-hmm.
But that was it. So they didn't address whether or not positions would be advertised or not, whether or not. So there was an irony in this. When we appeared, the day before we appeared, I appeared for another matter, the same land bank matter that's before you tonight. At that time, we were told, oh, a member has just resigned, and there is one person who has been approved to serve as a replacement. When I looked on the town charter, in the town website, because I was curious about that, there's no listing that there's an opening. There's no indication as to how you apply. There's no way that you can determine whether or not you are approved or not.
Mm-hmm.
The process was completely hidden from the public. And I'm someone who actually knows where to go and look.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talked about that, the Charter Review Committee, again, and I understand, and I'm not casting aspersions in any way, shape, or form on them. They're a good group of people who work incredibly hard on a very difficult job. The Charter Review Committee was very protective of the methodology that they were appointed by. And they very specifically, in fact, one member very specifically pointed out, he said, well, I've been told that as long as I keep showing up, I will continue to get reappointed. Which again speaks to the fact that they argue there's nobody applying. Well, if you're going to get reappointed and there isn't going to be a process saying maybe somebody else who's better comes along, or they come along, someone else who comes along who isn't better, but who might be good next time, how do we ever know? So again, this is not an indictment of our current system, but rather an effort to try and improve it with the goals that we talked about. And again, transparency was the number one goal. But again, when the committee is contacted, and it's multiple members of the committee were contacted and told, you know, I applied. I had one person who said, I applied multiple times and never heard back. That's just, that did not sit with the committee as being the right way to appoint what the Massachusetts Municipal Association describes as the most important committee in town. Not because of its advisory role, but because of the finance role.
Okay. We have a few questions. And
I
it's
imagine
just,
so.
It's getting late, that's all. Charlie?
I can't believe we're even debating this long. This article here is the most important article. The FinCom, I believe, is the most important committee in the town. As a town meeting member for 7 years, I didn't have time to read the work that the FinCom has to do their job properly. I relied on them, and I used to look at their votes, and I would listen, and I paid attention to what they said and did. It was very important. And then I found out how the appointments were being made. And I was kind of appalled by it. And that's the word I'm going to use. I had somebody on Facebook ripping me, and I had no idea who this person was. And I looked up on Facebook, and I found out this person was a FinCom member. And I'm not going to say that person's name, but I looked at his or her bio and saw the job history. It was horrifying that he or she was on FinCom and not qualified, had no financial background, had never any business background, never ran a business, never worked with budgets, and that person was on FinCom. Okay, and I just couldn't believe it. And then I started finding out that the moderator, who he's got a tough job, he does a great job, that he was just appointing people. There was no process. All the committee people that come before us, we have people that come before us and they interview, they submit resumes, and most of them, there are some people that I know that come before us, but most of the people that come before us, I have no idea who they are except for their resumes. And that's how I make my decision. So the changes in this, this is a long time coming, the changes and how this is. You're going to have a committee, 5 people on the committee, so it's not going to get, it's not going to, because one person gets personal with somebody, it's not going to make a difference, because there's 5 people. Similar to right here, there's 5 people that vote for the folks that come before us. But years ago, we had a change. We changed it because it used to be you could have 5 people from one precinct, and we had to change that so you can only have 3 people from one precinct, because it was Pine Hills. All the Pine Hills folks were getting appointed, and I'll tell you what, they were qualified. They were qualified people, but it was all one precinct, and we had to stop that. And because it was one person doing it with no process like you're doing now. These changes you're gonna get much more qualified people on the FinCom, and it's a long time coming. I can't believe we're talking about it this long. I'm ready to make a motion right now.
Wait.
So, because let's get this done. This makes more sense than any other article that I've heard tonight.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Mr. Golden,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, let's accept for the moment that Mr. Trifletti, as our current moderator, has no skin in the game, as it were, at town meeting. I think he's a consummate professional up there. He runs a tight meeting. He does a great job as the moderator. So let's just, for the sake of argument at this point, let's agree that he
There's
has
no need
skin
for
in the
sake
game.
of argument. I would agree.
Excellent. Is it possible, well, I guess I should say, is it impossible for a future moderator to have no political agenda, similar to how Mr. Trifletti acts now?
Taking the double negative into account, it is always possible that somebody in the future may not act with the same benign approach that Mr. Trifletti does as our current moderator.
Thank you. I would argue that, as you reiterated from Mr. Canty, we should not design the charter for angels. We should design it for those elements
Demons
that are the worst among us.
Okay.
I'll make that motion. Article 25, to recommend that to town meeting. Included in the warrant, excuse me.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Blitzer, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with one thing that Mr. Blitzer said. I think that the FinCom is the most important board or committee in the community. I think that the functioning of the FinCom is essential to this form of government, and I think it's very heavily relied on by town meeting members. As many caucuses as I've gone to over the years, I've noticed the level of reliance that many town meeting members have on the work product and work structure of the Advisory and Finance Committee. And I think they have that reliance because of the quality of that work product over time. And is the Advisory and Finance Committee perfect? No. Is the current appointment process perfect? No. May there be some room for improvement, like having it be done out in public, like the Advisory and Finance Committee recommended with their amendment to have the moderator still do it, but have it be a public appointment? Sure, maybe that would be an improvement. But the conflict that was cited as a reason to do this was the moderator having a personal conflict, an individual conflict with a member. They're being sued by this person that's applying to be on this. The odds of that occurring seem very low to me. However, every single member of the FinCom is going to hear articles, proposals, projects, directives that are being proposed by members of the Select Board, members of the Planning Board, and members of the School Committee. And members of the Committee of Precinct Chairs are town meeting members who are the people that the FinCom are advising. And the FinCom's job is to give this community the advice that it needs, not the advice that it wants. Sometimes it makes unpopular decisions. And they need to have, in my opinion, the flexibility to do that from both a policy and financial perspective on some of these articles, because we've talked about this before, there's often policy components to even the financial pieces of these articles. And I think that involving these elected and officials in this compromises it too much. Having a public appointment process instead of having the moderator do it the way that he's doing right now, I could buy into that. But the moderator is the one person that is a townwide elected official that has the least amount of business, just his own pittance of a stipend, $2,000 a year, and these charter provisions that keep coming up, like it did back in 2018, to change how it's appointed, and that was voted down. Those are the only things that I've ever seen him have in the 9 years that I was a member of the Advisory and Finance Committee. And I just think we should keep what we have, not do this. This is a dangerous road and a crucial committee in this community, and I cannot support including this in the warrant.
Thank you. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree with Mr. Canty's assessment. I think that I agree that the Advisory and Finance Committee is among the most important committees in town. There are, as I think Mr. Bolton mentioned, several boards and committees that can bind the town, can actually compel us to take certain actions or promulgate rules and regulations for the community outside of even the authority of town meeting or the select board or town administration, Board of Health, the ZBA. Those two groups are appointed solely by the select board. This proposal puts forward a group that is composed of the most, I would say, important stakeholders in the direction of the community. They are the folks that are entrusted by the voters to move the community forward. And if the voters decide that they don't like the folks that this body is appointing to the Advisory and Finance Committee, the voters can vote them out. So I would argue that this is not only an important amendment to our charter, but I think it's crucial to the proper functioning of our government that we approve this.
I just don't know how you can think one person appointing a committee as important as this is not as transparent as having five folks vetting the candidates. Is there anybody in this room that has ever seen anybody get interviewed. The people leave, the people quit the committee. I've seen somebody quit, and next thing you know, there's somebody else in there. And nobody knows how they got there. Okay? And that's happened. And I know somebody that, I know more than one person that's applied to get on and is just got, said he was next on the list, and 2 or 3 people got appointed before he finally got on. And it's, I have no idea how that happened or how it works. And I'm going to tell you, there's people on that advisory of finance that work very hard. They put a lot of time into it. I mean, I respect them. There's a lot of work. And then there's other people that are not qualified, just simply not qualified. I'm not qualified to be on that advisory of finance. There's too much, and, I'm not a financial guy. I'm not, I've run businesses, I've owned businesses, so I can do budgets, but there's a lot of work that goes into that if you do it right. So I have more faith in a committee of 5 elected folks finding the best candidates than having, and no disrespect to our town moderator, because I wouldn't want his job. For $2,000, we're lucky to have him. And so this is not a shot at him. This is a long time coming. So I hope this gets approved at town meeting. If it doesn't, I'll be shocked. I really will. So anyway, thank you for your efforts on this one. This was good.
Any more discussion? Thank you. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
I vote no.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, no. 3 in favor, 2 in opposition. The reason for it is, my reason for it is, I have to say in all my years in public service here in Plymouth, that's the one committee that everybody respects and takes wholeheartedly what their recommendation is. And as far as the appointments go, I really don't know. I can't honestly say that somebody didn't, and maybe that happens, and maybe there's a reason for that happening. But the appointees that he's had, I've always respected. I mean, I've never had an issue with them. We don't always agree, but that's part of the ball game. But it can go just as much south with a 5-member committee than it can in one person. That almost makes me kind of, this one knows that one, this one, that one, this one, do that.
At least we'll be able to see the process. We could attend the meeting when they get interviewed. So
and I have the floor, but thank you for your comment. I really appreciate it, Charlie. It is. We should have thought of that about an hour ago. My 2, one to my left and one to my right. I've been very patient, and I said a little bit here, so I just want to say I see no problem with the current. And you know what? You're probably right, but that's my opinion, and I want people that support me and voted for me to know why, and that's why. And I think he does run an excellent meeting, and we are lucky to have him. So until something proves me wrong or changes my way, I mean, I have no reason not to let it go like that, and that's just the way I feel, and that's why there's 5 of us. And it still passed, so you should be happy. Okay. Moving right along.
Moving right along, Article
Can we
26.
do this one a little quicker? A quicker version, not,
If you folks have no questions and simply wish to move the article, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Well, you could just give us a skinny on it. I know you and Mr. Canty probably debated this all week.
Not quite all week. Article 26, this is the reordered Chapter 7 of the Plymouth Town Charter, which groups together all town bodies which the town has created by charter. So these are the town bodies that are not statutory, but rather ones that we've decided to create ourselves. There are several. I'll go through Board of Health, where there are no changes recommended. Open Space, there are no substantive changes recommended. I believe there was some grammatical language. Land Use and Acquisition Committee, there was a change made at the agreement of both the Open Space and the the LUAC as they call themselves, to change open space from having 2 appointees to this committee to 1, and adding the Agricultural Commission as having an appointee. No changes to the Building Committee, and with respect to the Charter Review Committee, our own committee, we recommended a change to add designees from the Planning Board and the School Committee to the special committee appointing the Charter Review Committee, because it was identified to us that a committee of 3 appointees created a problem, because as soon as 2 appointees wanted to speak to each other, that immediately violated the open meeting laws. So a 5-person appointment committee made more sense than a 3-person appointment committee. The other provision we changed in the Charter Review Committee was we wanted to be a little bit more specific in terms of defining the number of people and the role of the alternates. Moving to the thing that we spent the most time on, that's the COPC, Committee of Precinct Chairs. We really redefined this because our current charter really contains no definitions as to what the Committee of Precinct Chairs did. We felt that the Committee of Precinct Chairs served as the representative of town meeting, and as such, they were the ongoing face of the legislative body and therefore should have a greater and more defined role in town government. We've said repeatedly that the legislative branch is an equal branch of government, and this is the face of that branch, so they needed to be treated as such. In that sense, we created a role from the COPC from a purely advisory body to a committee of equal status to other committees in town. It has some additional authorities such as appointments. It would have an appointment to, again, if town meeting passes it, to the Advisory and Finance Appointment Committee, to the Charter Review Committee, and if ultimately passing, perhaps even the Land Bank itself. So obviously a significant role and a significant responsibility in town, equivalent to other committees of significant stature. As a result of that, we also felt that it needed to follow the same rules as those other committees and other bodies. Notably, the practice at the COPC has been that any precinct member could show up and sit as a member of the Committee of Precinct Chairs. That practice is arguably in violation of our existing charter. Nonetheless, we felt that we needed to make it clear. We decided as a compromise position that what we would do is we would say that the member of the Committee of Precinct Chairs is the precinct chair. That is the only person who is authorized to vote on behalf of the Committee of Precinct Chairs. That's who will be sworn in, and that is who will be able to make votes on behalf of that committee. However, in the event that the chair is not available, the vice chair is able to come and sit in the chair's place, but not vote. They are there, in other words, to continue to facilitate discussion and represent the interests, express the opinions of their precinct, but they cannot vote. The reason being is for consistency. Imagine the circumstance, which happens on a frequent basis, as Mr. Costello will attest to, where a matter is continued over 2 or 3 or even 4 sessions of the Committee of Precinct Chairs. You could have multiple people attending that and one voting who actually didn't attend the other 3 meetings. That just didn't seem right. Additionally, we didn't want to have a circumstance in which there's a close vote, a 10-8 vote of the Committee of Precinct Chairs. And then at the next meeting, 3 of the chairs are missing and they're replaced by their vice chairs, and those 3 vice chairs then move to reconsider. The losing side moves to reconsider, but one of them was on the winning side. They file a motion for reconsideration and flip the decision. It's not something that can necessarily happen on a regular basis, but again, if we're going to create an equal body, equal responsibility comes with equal authority. They shouldn't be treated differently because they are the Committee of Precinct Chairs. They should stand in the same stead as this body. When you appoint Mr. Mahoney to the CPC, if Mr. Mahoney is not able to attend, he doesn't get to send Mr. Canty in his place. The same should apply to the Committee of Precinct Chairs, because they are now a body not just simply making recommendations or discussing policy. They're making actual determinations, substantive appointments, and other things going on. That's the basis that we did So we made that change. We defined some of their recommended responsibilities, including working on the establishment of rules, reporting on activities, and managing presentation of town meeting articles. We're making it, they are the representative body of town meeting. In that sense, they need to serve town meeting. Town meeting rules right now don't seem to be made by anyone. The moderator has regularly cited to some set of rules, but those rules are not necessarily defined. Those rules should be defined by town meeting. So what we have said is that the COPC, working with the town moderator, will review the rules in advance of each town meeting, and then the first thing that we would expect at town meeting, after they have confirmed a quorum, is to vote to adopt any new rules or their old rules to continue. That way everybody knows what they're working on. And this is an important role for the COPC to undertake. That is the crux of the changes for the COPC. I've given it short shrift given the amount of time we spent, but as will be pointed out, we actually had 4 members of the COPC on the Charter Review Committee. So as you can imagine, it was the subject of a lot of discussion.
Questions?
Mr. Bolton.
Mr. Canty.
So first of all, I agree that the only people that should be voting on the Committee of Precinct Chairs is the chairs. It's in the name. No other town committee gets to just send random people that they emailed right before the meeting. I don't understand why that one does. I know they've been doing it for a while, but tradition is no reason to do something that doesn't make a lot of sense. But I am curious about, it's at the top of page 34, the first XXX section, doesn't have any numbers. The Committee of Precinct Chairs shall appoint subcommittees to review articles in advance of each annual and special town meeting in order to discuss those articles and make suggestions for corrections of technical deficiencies. And then it talks about them being able to do some other stuff with these committees. But in terms of reviewing articles, what exactly are you talking about? Reviewing articles like the FinCom does? Or are you talking about reviewing articles for procedural, like these technical deficiencies or Scrivener's notes? Or what is this talking about?
This was essentially talking about some of the things that we have discovered in the past, which is that as articles are being developed, so this is in advance of each special and town meeting, they should work with, if someone notes, if the committee notes that there's a potential issue, something is missing from an article, not just a Scrivener's error, but including something substantive, the ability to call in someone and say, we've noticed this change, this issue, we think this will be a problem in town meeting, perhaps working on an amendment if that's something that they were willing to do. The thought being that rather than having an article come back 1, 2, or even 3 times, if the reason that an article is being rejected by town meeting is something that can be corrected, when we look at the blight bylaw, for example, if there was an issue raised about a lack of an appeals process.
Right.
That could have been something that was pointed out and an amendment could have been made that was satisfactory to the proponent. This is giving the people who are in large part making these determinations the opportunity to point out problems that can be fixed, deficiencies that can be fixed, in an effort to possibly correct them. Now, it's not a mandatory thing that anybody change it, but merely an opportunity to try and, again, streamline the process. If there's something simple that can be fixed, let's try and fix it so that town meeting gets the best article. It's still up to town meeting to decide substantively whether they like it, but let's not have an article fail because it's missing something procedurally that could have been established.
Mr. Golden, as former member and chair, did you have anything you'd like to
Thank you for yielding to me for a moment, Mr. Canty. This provision arose from a conversation that I had with the department heads. They expressed that they desired somewhere to go to sort of take the temperature of where town meeting might be on the particular articles that they're proposing, and the hope was that they would instead of bringing an article to town meeting that will ultimately fail, they would get advice as to how their colleagues on town meeting might be able to improve that article in order to get it to pass, rather than going through the exercise, going to town meeting, failing, then having to come back in a future town meeting.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bolton, one of the most common areas that has technical deficiencies is citizens petitioned articles. Would they have the ability to correct technical deficiencies therein? Or is it the nature of the way that citizens petition articles are, the language is gathered with those signatures? Can those be tweaked in this? Because those are the ones that I've seen fall apart more spectacularly over the years due to usually people don't know, they're trying to do something, but they don't know exactly how to effectuate what they want to do. It would be nice if they could get some help with that. Is that something that this...
That is certainly something that is contemplated by this. Again, as the articles come forward, if this committee is reviewing, the purpose of this committee is to review these articles and to say, hey, here's something that is a technical deficiency or a procedural thing that could be added to this that gives it, as Mr. Golden said, a greater chance of success at town meeting. So that, again, town meeting is making determinations based upon what is intended to be accomplished rather than what might be some faulty language.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Have a motion?
Make a motion that we include Article 26, Charter Amendment, Chapter 7, on the town meeting warrant and recommend town meeting approve it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Blutzer.
No, Golden.
Mr. Golden, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blutzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Myself, no. Article 27.
Article 27 is the reordered Chapter 8 of the Town Charter, which addresses provisions applicable to all town boards, commissions, and committees. There are a few changes that were made here to try and create some consistency, just so everybody knew exactly how things would function in our town board system. So we made a change, we recommended a change to create a fixed date by which boards, commissions, and committees shall organize annually. This is concomitant with the earlier change we made in terms of when people get sworn in. So people have to be sworn in 20 days afterwards, after election or appointment, and boards have to be organized in 30 days. That's done as a universal so that the town knows exactly when things have to occur by. Change was recommended to alter the conditions under which an appointed board, commission, or committee member that has failed to attend meetings is deemed to have resigned. There is currently a provision that says they're automatically cut off if there is a certified vote, a certified document of 50% attendance. We've raised the bar a little bit and given a little more discretion at the same time. So what we're doing is we are raising the bar, saying that if your attendance falls below 70%, and there is a scrivener's error in that, it says 30%. It was if your attendance drops. If your attendance is less than, if you've dropped 30% from 100%, it should just simply say if your attendance is less than 70% in a 12-month period, then the board may vote to have you removed. So it's not an automatic cutoff. This was done based upon some comments we received from certain boards and committees which had said, we've had instances in which somebody has been ill. We know that they've been ill. They've been a good member for a long time. We know that they're going to be out for a little while. Rather than remove them, we'd just like to leave them there sitting as a placeholder with the hope that they come back, with the expectation even that they come back. So we said, well, rather than simply have an automatic termination, a guillotine, if you will, that drops if your 50% number hits, we wanted to give the boards who understand how their function is working the opportunity to say, we're going to cut somebody a little bit of slack because this is an unusual circumstance. As opposed to those who simply do not show up, we want to say, okay, it's time. We didn't want to wait for 50% anymore because, well, for two reasons. One, being absent for 6 months is a pretty significant circumstance. And as well, given that people can now attend most of these meetings, most of them, virtually, we felt that the bar should be raised a little bit. We are a volunteer town government. We rely heavily on our volunteers. At the same time, we trust that our volunteers are doing this with the intention of being diligent. If they're not, we should find somebody else who should. So again, a little bit raising of the bar, but also a little bit of greater flexibility.
Mr. Blitzer?
And Steve, the board has a discretion if it's somebody that has health issues or something, unless they vote to remove them, they'll let them, they'll cut them slack.
That's correct.
Okay, that's good. All right, thank you.
Mr. Canty?
So Steve, the 6-1-1 on page 36, that it's all town boards, commissions, and committees of the town shall organize annually within 30 days of the annual election. And they have 20 days to get sworn in.
Yes.
So that would leave 10 days for all boards and committees, in theory, to organize.
Correct.
It's going to be a busy
Currently, it's 30 days and 30 days, which leaves them 1 day.
Well, I guess that's better than that. Okay. Well, I would just point out that would mean for us, we're going to have to make our appointments earlier if we're going to do that, because sometimes we serve on boards and committees as well, and those need to be organized. And we wouldn't want our former member to be, if there's going to be a change. If there's no change, then I guess it doesn't matter, but that's something for us, I guess, to be aware of. Now, this percentage, do you want us to amend that in the motion?
It's a scrivener's error. We will be correcting it. So it's not something that has to go back. It is a simple typo in the document.
Okay.
So understand that it is 70%. That is the document that will be going to town meeting with that provision.
All right. Thank you. No other questions?
Any other questions, Mr. Bulletin? Motion?
I make a motion that we include Article 27, Charter Amendment, Chapter 8 on the town meeting warrant, and recommend town meeting approve it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Article 28.
Article 28 addresses the housekeeping provisions that are associated with the charter. There's only one change being made to this, which is just to remove the generic language that says that changes to this document will be made in accordance with law. Our response to that is, of course they will. There will be no changes that are made that are not in accordance with law. So we felt it was superfluous and recommend its removal. Beyond that, we made no changes.
Make the motion.
Motion?
I would make a motion that we include Article 28, Charter Amendments, Chapter 9 on the town meeting warrant, and recommend town meeting vote to approve it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Article 29.
Final article is the housekeeping article that essentially allows that once town meeting has made its determinations and we have determined what provisions are staying, what provisions are going, what provisions are being modified, that the town clerk, with the town administrator's approval, can proceed to go ahead and renumber the charter to properly reflect all of the changes that were made, including addressing some of the internal changes. So, for example, there will be instances where they'll say, this provision is appropriate as reflected in this other provision in the charter. We just need to make sure that the numbers are internally consistent. So that's what this does. It also allows the town clerk to make grammatical changes and other things so that the document is appropriately cleaned up.
Thank you. Any questions? Wish of the board?
Make a motion that we include Article 29, Charter Amendments renumbering on the town meeting warrant, and recommend town meeting vote to approve it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Canty, second by Mr. Golden. Discussion? Mr. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Blitzer?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
That concludes our presentation tonight. Thank you very much for your time and spirited discussion.
And back at you, thank you very much, all of you, for all your hard work. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak under public comment?
Steve Lyden, Precinct 17, going to make this quick. I'm glad you guys voted to approve Article 21. I've heard about consolidation for years, and I haven't seen any. A lot of talk, but no action. And the other thing is, Mr. Quintel, I have to disagree with you. The school buildings were not in that great shape. As I've been on the Capital Outlay Committee for years, and I've seen all the money and all the work that's been done at the school. New roofs, new floors, new gym floors, new windows, new doors. I says, so they weren't in that great a shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on the public comment? Good. Anyone online? All righty. New business? Letters? Old business? Mr. Mahoney?
Yeah, just one quick thing, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
We did committee assignments, I think, 2 to 4 weeks ago, and the Little Red Schoolhouse committee has reached out to me. I don't know if they formally have a liaison on that list. I can't remember, but okay. So they're looking for one, and I'm willing to take on that role. Okay, if there's no problem with that, I'm going to move forward, and I'll be attending their meetings, okay?
Congratulations, John.
Congratulations, John. I just want to, Derek, I know there's no town manager's report, but is there anything you want to say to the community? You don't have to.
The only thing there's a couple of things I would like to announce. One very important item is tomorrow at 9:45 on Spooner Street, the town will host its annual remembrance of the tragic events on 9/11. And so I know, Mr. Quinto, you were the one that built that memorial. So that'll take place at 9:45 a.m. I would encourage folks who want to attend that memorial service to try to get there by 9:30 prior to the start of that event. And the only other item I just want to bring up, because it's been talked about a lot in the community, is tomorrow morning at Memorial Hall at 8 a.m., the town clerk will be beginning the recount for the 2 Republican candidates in the state Senate primary. So those folks that are interested, it is open to the public. It will begin at 8 a.m. So we're expecting that it'll take the better part of the entire day to hand count the 5,600 votes. And last, I'll just say, Kelsey Casey, our library director, her last day is tomorrow. So those of you that know Kelsey, please stop by, thank her for her service. She's worked for the town for about 4 or 5 years now. She's done a great job. She's moving off to the private sector, so good luck to her in any of her future endeavors. That's all I have.
Any questions or comments for the town manager? Okay, then. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.